operational issues with the tech-based startups, क्योंकि these tech-based startups saw a boom in COVID times, and eventually that demand died down, or that demand did go away as people recovered from COVID, and they started, uh, going back into the status quo. जो डिमांड उन्होंने कोविड के टाइम में एक्सपीरियंस की थी, वो थोड़ी कम हो गई. एनी विच वेज, सो दीज मोर देन दैट, जो इंटरेस्ट रेट हाइक्स की वजह से the financing for tech-based startups also became expensive. Now, if they wanted to finance their operations by taking a loan, they had to take a loan at a higher rate because of interest rate hikes. So they chose to use their own cash, their own money lying with the bank to fund their operations, and hence there were withdrawals. So both the things led to the collapse. Both the things led to the happening of the collapse. Uh, One was interest rate hikes, which because of which the asset value went down, and second was these startups. SVB had huge exposure in these startups, and these startups started withdrawing their money because that was cheaper to them. Using their own money was cheaper to them than borrowing the money. So that would be my take on what was the trigger. If there's anything else you want to ask or add, you can tell.
Yeah, I mean, I actually went ahead and was reading more on this case study. And I mean, I thought let me just share since you're giving me that opportunity here to
Mhm.
add to things. So, uh, what one was the, rash reasons, why all this thing happened with SVB was also because, in I think 2018-19, US government, basically Donald Trump's government,
Hmm.
they passed
Dodd-Frank
legislation,
Act.
where
Hmm. Hmm.
exactly, so where they
Hmm.
increased the, minimum threshold uh,
Hmm.
for Fed to review, some of these banks from $50 billion to I think $250 billion or
To
something,
50
some very
billion.
high figure, right?
Hmm.
So as a result, otherwise, if that legislation would not have been passed, Fed would have definitely been more closely monitoring all these banks,
Correct.
including
Correct.
SVB, and maybe there would have been a
Hmm.
early warning signal to the bank, to manage possible
The
such
risk
impending
factor. Correct.
crisis here.
Correct, correct, correct. Very true. SVB was considered a regional bank, and um, it wasn't considered a bank that was systemically very important to be monitored because of these changes in the Dodd-Frank Act, or repulsion of the Dodd-Frank Act, जिसकी वजह से उस उनका ओवरसाइट या सुपरविजन भी बहुत कम था सेंट्रल बैंक का इस बैंक पे. करेक्ट. Now, where did the bank go wrong? What did they do wrong that actually led to? Because see, interest rate hikes happen for everybody, and more often than not, all banks are exposed to such risks, and they usually have rate sensitive assets, higher amount of rate sensitive assets or long term assets, and it must have happened with everybody. But what was the problem? Why did SVB go so bad? Or why did it hit SVB so bad?
May I?
Yeah, please.
So, from what I'm able to understand, is that they did not really diversify their client
Mm-hmm.
base. Very big chunk of their client base was coming from tech based startups. So, they could have diversified so that the interest rate risk, the interest rate hike, apart from having a downward mm, 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 impact, it could have also had a upward impact, and that would have balanced out their position somehow. So they did not diversify their clients, and I'm not sure if they did, but I feel they did not even diversify their investments. Like they diversified most of their amount in the long term assets. So they could have diversified by choosing some long term and some short term assets, and that could have probably saved them. Another
Very
thing that
true.
I
Very
could
true.
think of another thing that I can think of is we read about forecasting, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I believe that banks do some internal forecasting of such situations that might occur in
Right.
near future.
Hmm.
So if a very reliable forecasting procedure is put into place that can forecast what a federal bank might decide in
Hmm.
next 6 months or next nine
Hmm.
months,
Hmm.
then planning could be made according to that.
Hmm. Correct. Correct. Anything else anybody has to add here?
So, I mean, also, probably, when there was this pressure of withdrawal came onto them, they could have looked at alternate measures, to meet that liquidity requirements, rather than, going and selling their long-term assets, which were selling at significant loss. I mean,
Hmm.
they could have, reached out to the central bank or, other thing, and taken some short-term loans to meet those deposit obligations instead of going and selling. I mean, this I'm saying, given that they didn't took any, uh, any risk mitigation initially, when they were seeing this interest rate cycle going, and I think the Fed was very clear that this is going to be very aggressive interest rate cycle. So they should have started taking those risk mitigation steps. They didn't do, but eventually, when the withdrawal pressure was coming, probably they could have uh, looked at other channels for liquidity rather than
Correct. Correct.
going
Correct.
for so long. In fact, that's where my doubt was in the previous class and question, as to uh, if there is a pressure coming on the withdrawals, there could be other ways to mitigate that than to go and sell your long term assets at
Selling
losses.
off. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, there's always a lender of last resort, which is central bank. Central bank, they can get the money borrowed from central bank. They can borrow the money on short-term basis in the wholesale fund market from their commercial banks. And of course, the short-term asset they have on their books, they can sell it. And instead of going and selling long-term asset, there are many alternatives. We have already looked at a few in the past, right? So आरबीआई से ले सकते हैं, फेड फंड मार्केट में ले सकते हैं, होलसेल मनी मार्केट में पैसा ले सकते हैं, आप शॉर्ट टर्म सिक्योरिटीज को रेपो अरेंजमेंट में पैसा ले सकते हो, बहुत तरीके हैं, वो तो है ही. So the problem here was one, एक तो lack of diversification is definitely कि उनका जो client base था वो सारे startups थे. Startups, especially tech-based startups, or these startup companies, when they maintain a bank balance, that bank balance is huge. एक personal retail client को serve करते हैं तो the bank tend to serve many retail clients, right? उन personal banking account का sum या account का balance उतना बड़ा होता ही नहीं है. But when it comes to startup companies or companies maintaining bank balances with the banks, their bank balances is huge in amount. And hence, when they start withdrawing and when they start withdrawing out of panic, the balance reduces, it diminishes like overnight. So, major problem एक तो communication की भी रही. Of course, they were not diversified with their asset base. सबसे पहले तो they could not identify the risk, they could not mitigate the risk, they could not manage their asset liability mismatch. So there was a huge asset liability mismatch that they were running on, like many other banks and non-banking financial institutions do run on. They had long-term assets while they were sourcing from short-term liabilities, but they should have forecasted it, and they should have taken steps for the gap that was coming, right? Agar gap itna zyada tha, तो they should have uh, invested in some short term assets. तो वो तो एक बहुत दिक्कत रही. दूसरा, lack of diversification रहा. तीसरा, there was huge problem with the communication also. The first thing they did as a bank to finance their operations in this time of crisis was announce the capital fundraising. They announced the bank CEO abruptly announced for capital raising, and investors went frenzy. Investors started questioning, because usually it is not very usual of a bank to abruptly look for capital. It is only when their assets are going bad and they do not have other sources to fund their operations, is when a bank go for capital raising. And word spreads very fast in the social media, and everybody started panicking, including investors and depositors, and the stock also plummeted. So crisis aggravated, this withdrawal aggravated also because of the bad perception of a bank that happened, that bank will not be able to fulfill its withdrawals, and bank does not have enough money to serve its operations. So the manager or the CEO also did not make it very clear, or did not communicate it properly, that it was not an insolvency case, or it was not that the assets were bad or assets were not doing good. अगर उन्होंने assets sell करे ही नहीं होते, तो they would not had to, if you would hold a asset till maturity, you do not have to bear the market risk, you do not have to sell it on loss. अगर आप maturity तक रखोगे, तो you will eventually be earning interest and receiving your principal back as well. So the communication channel, the communication was not proper. The communication was such that it sent panic in the market. Investors were panicking, the depositors were panicking, and depositors had huge balances lying with this bank. So they all started withdrawing, and eventually, of course, government bailed out. Government announced that every part of deposit is covered, whether it is covered under FDIC or not, Federal Deposit Insurance or not. All the deposits lying with SVB was covered by government, and eventually the bank collapsed. So yeah, that would be my take. I think lack of diversification, client asset side पे भी, liability side पे भी, client side पे भी, और of course short term assets नहीं थे, forecasting नहीं थी, they were not there are many guidelines to measure the interest rate risks, and there are tolerance levels set by central banks कि उससे ज्यादा अगर आपका gap आता है, the bank need to take measures to bridge that gap, to finance that gap, and they were not doing so. So the bank that was illiquid was pushed into insolvency only because they did not manage their asset liability mismatch, also because they did not communicate it properly. Any other addition?
So I had one question on this, which was precisely what I was asking in the last class as well. Uh, given that most of these banks would have classified their assets into those three buckets, mark to market and available to sale and trading. The one which are mark to market, would have undergone anyway, an immediate loss, and they would have to report that loss. So I guess, my understanding was there was one more bank, which actually had that problem, where due to mark-to-market losses, their entire asset size came down drastically, and as a result, they had to report that number. And when they reported that number, their credit rating was impacted, and as a result, it triggered into that bank going into insolvency. Yeah.
Which bank is it?
I don't able to recall, but it was a US bank itself, and it was a regional bank, and it was around a similar time frame. Yeah.
Okay.
And there it was more of a mark-to-market issue, that most of their assets were actually classified as it was classified as held till maturity. And so, they would have had to do a mark-to-market loss. So they had to book that mark-to-market loss, and as a result, their whole asset base plummeted. Yeah.
Right. What's the question?
No, my question was that, given these kind of things, where you have these, certain some of your assets classified as this, as held to maturity. Are these banks, stipulated to put some of their assets into that classification, or it's the choice that they make, whether they want to put certain things on till held to maturity. I mean, that's where my question was coming, that why they would have, if some of the assets would undergo mark to market losses, wouldn't it be more prudent to put those assets into, say, available for sale, where you're not actually
You don't have to
obligated to
mark them.
sell, but at least it will not go mark to market.
Mhm. So, the security is classified as held till trade, hold for trading. A hold for trading is the one that has to be marked to market. Held till maturity and available for sale are not required to be marked to market. Um, Available for sale, we are not very sure.
Oh yes, sorry,
Uh,
I misspelled that. Yeah, not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
held
yeah.
to maturity,
So
but
held
the
for
one which
trading
was.
is,
Hmm.
and of course, I think asset there are restrictions that there are ceilings कि trading activity या trading exposure एक बैंक का कितना हो सकता है. So assets that are classified as held for trading has to be within that ceiling. But
So
I'm not very
they
sure
can
of the
move, right?
ceiling that. Hmm.
They can
Sorry.
move their assets across these three things. I mean, I understand, they'll have to maintain certain limits, but otherwise they
Mhm.
can move these assets, right?
Yeah, it is on to the bank where they would want to classify it, but not every asset class is movable across these three buckets. अगर loan है तो वो loan is going to be held till maturity. I mean, that's not a security only. वो तो loan advances तो अलग ही हो गया. सिर्फ
Yeah,
securities की बात करें तो
right.
right, you're right. Treasury bills है या फिर bonds है, corporate bonds है या corporate equity है. It is up to the bank to move it across these three buckets.
Right. So actually,
That's
there
what
the
I am aware.
criticism, yeah, I agree. So there the criticism was that for that bank itself, that when you were seeing this, aggressive interest rate cycle coming in, and it was very much in the news. Why didn't that bank took timely action to move some of their securities from mark to market to other, or reprice those securities, or whatever they could have done. I mean, if it was held for trading, they could have always timely sold those when they were seeing that there is an interest rate hike which is coming. So they could have taken certain actions to, mitigate that. That was the criticism I was reading. Yeah.
Right. I mean, uh, interest rate hikes, uh, it is up on the bank to first look at the gap they have. Positive gap है या negative gap है, मतलब उनके assets ज़्यादा है, liability ज़्यादा है. Because interest rate hike does not necessarily downgrades the net worth of a bank. अगर उनका liability is more than rate sensitive liability is more than rate sensitive assets, then interest rate hike may as well increase the net worth of the banks. Saying that, yes, there are many measures that a bank should take. Uh, Investing in, so monitoring बहुत जरूरी है. Monitoring के लिए it is important to set up a committee and to continuously monitor the effect, or continuously monitor the gaps there are in the balance sheet. Because see, balance sheet में आप कुछ भी करते रहो, प्रॉब्लम तब आती है जब विड्रॉल्स या आपका आउटफ्लो इनफ्लो से बढ़ जाता है. Insolvency तभी push होगा when you're not able to fund your operations. You're not able to cater to the withdrawals. So SVB faced an issue because there were huge withdrawals, but there were many other banks that were put under review when the interest rate hikes were happening. Their credit ratings were downgraded just because uh, their assets were down, the asset quality was not as good as before. तो उनकी credit ratings downgrade हुई, लेकिन they did not face a problem per se in their liquidity or solvency, was because there were no mass withdrawals or panic that would have set in. So it is completely net worth बैंक को maintain करना जरूरी जरूर है, लेकिन it does not affect the depositors. It is banks initiative to keep this under check, keep this under radar, that the gap is maintained, and if there is any gap beyond tolerance level, the measures should be taken. They're all there, all such techniques, models are there. It is up to bank to do it. So yeah, that's all I had to say on this. With SVB, we have realized how an asset liability mismatch can really have an impact on a bank. Where not managing an asset liability mismatch can really impact a bank's solvency position. So there are many methods. Coming to those methods now, asset liability management, going by the syllabus, uh, only a very, very subset, or it has to be done in a very theoretical manner. Although there are many tools and techniques to manage the asset liability mismatch, I'll just be taking a few of them and discussing. Asset liability management का क्या मतलब होगा?
Firstly, analyzing your asset side, analyzing your liability side, analyzing the impacts that external factors have on both, and then if there is a
Mm-hmm.
gap, then bridging the gap.
Correct, very right. So asset liability mismatch जो होता है, what is asset liability mismatch? Can somebody define it for me? अभी हमने बहुत बात की, actual मतलब क्या है?
Basically, matching your duration of your assets and liabilities so that there is no interest rate risk, or you minimize your interest rate risk. So if there
Right.
is a interest rate going up or going down, your both assets and liability is move up or down in synchronization, so that you don't lose any worth.
Right. So that is asset liability management. So asset liability mismatch would be when the tenure of
Yes, duration
source
of these two
are
differ.
not
Yeah.
matching, right? So
Yeah.
tenure of source is not matching the tenure of asset, which is usually embedded in the revenue model of a bank or a non-banking financial institutions also many times. Uh, uh, Problem occurs when there's a huge demand for liquidity. And also problems occur when the short-term depositors lose trust with the bank. The fundamental premise on which a bank survives is the trust, right? The short-term depositors trust or depositors trust. So they cannot afford to go trust deficit. तो gap हमेशा रहेगा. Rate sensitive assets or rate sensitive liabilities में gap हमेशा रहेगा, and you cannot bring it down to zero, because then you are going on foregoing your margins, which you would not want to do. Right. So if you अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट को लॉन्ग टर्म लाइबिलिटी से ही फाइनेंस करने लग जाओगे, तो आपके मार्जिन्स तो थिन हो ही जाएंगे, इवेंचुअली खत्म हो जाएंगे. सो ये एसेट लाइबिलिटी मिसमैच ही है, दैट इज अ मींस टू मार्जिन फॉर अ बैंक और एन एनबीएफआई. शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटी है जिससे वो लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, तो वो वही यील्ड का पे राइड कर रहे होते हैं और रिटर्न कमा रहे होते हैं, स्प्रेड कमा रहे होते हैं. वो स्प्रेड ही इसलिए है क्योंकि उन्होंने शॉर्ट टर्म पे लिया और लॉन्ग टर्म पे दिया. तो ये तो होने वाला है, एंड दे कैन नॉट ब्रिंग इट डाउन टू जीरो, बट दे नीड टू कीप देम इन देयर टॉलरेंस लेवल, कि उतना हो जितना ब्रिज अपने आप ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाए डिपॉजिटर्स के आने से. सो इफ माय शॉर्ट टर्म एसेट से इफ माय rate sensitive assets are more than rate sensitive liability for a maturity bucket, in the coming 15 days, if my maturing assets are more than maturing liabilities, but they are only 1% more of the total asset size, in my experience as a bank, I know that this 1% difference will be mitigated or bridged by the upcoming deposits. Then there's no problem. But वो 1% ना होके अगर 20% है तो problem है. That is when I need to take action. So I think question was asked that why would a bank not take such actions or mitigate such risk? Because sometimes it means foregoing the margins, foregoing the profits, because the bank is the one who rides on yield curve. तो अगर आप शॉर्ट टर्म एसेट मच्योरिंग एसेट्स के लिए शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटीज ले आओगे, या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट के लिए लॉन्ग टर्म लाइबिलिटी ले आओगे, तो आपके मार्जिन कहाँ जाएंगे, आपके प्रॉफिट कहाँ जाएंगे. एनीवेज, सो एसेट लाइबिलिटी मिसमैच इज द is when the tenure of both are not matching, the tenure of asset and liability is not matching, and the risks that emanate from that has to be managed, and managing those risks is known as asset liability management. So AL management is more about two things. आपको अपनी liquidity कैसे manage करनी है, which is also आपको अपने interest rate risks कैसे manage करना है. So interest rate risks, measuring, monitoring, managing the interest rate risks, and liquidity. And the bank needs to do it on an ongoing basis. They have to continuously monitor the asset size, the liability size, the gaps, and maturing cash. कि एक particular bucket में कितने outflows है, कितने inflows है, gap कितना है, ये gap tolerable है कि नहीं है. They have to do it and keep doing it. And they should match the structure of liabilities with that of assets as much as they can. And hence RBI have also stipulated that every bank should have an ALCO. ALCO is Asset Liability Committee that does this work, that manage that measure, identify, monitor, manage the various risks which emanate from asset liability mismatch. So have we understood theoretically what asset liability management is?
Yes, ma'am.
Coming to the two techniques that we'll be covering in this class, that is gap analysis and duration gap analysis. That's all. There are more. Truth be told, there are many more liquidity management tools and interest rate risk management tools. VAR hai, simulation, Monte Carlo simulation, and many more. We only need to cover a few of them theoretically, and I'll be doing that only. I'll be covering these two, but not just theoretically. We'll be also trying to understand, we'll be going a step ahead and understand the equations and the maths behind these tools. So first one being gap analysis. Gap analysis is the most like historical measure where every bank is to identify the rate sensitive assets and rate sensitive liabilities, the gap between rate sensitive assets and rate sensitive liabilities for certain maturity buckets. कि first day to 7 day, 15 day to 38 day, फिर 3 month, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, so on so forth. हर maturity bucket के लिए बैंक को अपना gap identify करना है और ongoing basis पे identify करना है. सबसे पहले rate sensitive assets और rate sensitive liabilities क्या होती हैं? Can somebody define that for me?
These are the assets and liabilities that are heavily impacted by the change in interest rates.
Okay.
Whose value
Okay.
and return they give
Right.
is impacted by the changes.
Right. They're sensitive to interest rate. Interest rate change will lead to change in their valuations, will lead to change in the earnings that are yielded from these assets and liabilities. अगर हम formal definition देखें तो any asset or liability that is repriced at or near current market interest rate within a maturity bucket. इसका क्या मतलब हुआ कि अगर मैं 3 month maturity bucket की बात करूं तो ऐसे कितने assets और liabilities है जो इंटरेस्ट रेट चेंज होते ही इस मैच्योरिटी पीरियड में रिप्राइज हो जाएंगे. मतलब अगर एक लेट्स से मेरे पास 15 डे का ट्रेजरी बिल है, ट्रेजरी बिल में मैंने पैसा इन्वेस्ट किया हुआ है, तो मुझे पता है कि इस ट्रेजरी बिल की मैच्योरिटी कितनी है?
15 डे.
15 डेज. तो 15 डेज बाद जब ये ट्रेजरी बिल मैच्योर हो जाएगा, मेरा पैसा मेरे को मिल जाएगा. अगर उस टाइम में इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ता है तो जो पैसा मुझे मिलेगा मैं उसे बढ़े हुए इंटरेस्ट रेट पे इन्वेस्ट कर सकती हूँ.
Yes, ma'am.
Which means this money gets repriced. ऐसे ही अगर 1 month टी बिल है, वो भी विद अगर 3 month मैच्योरिटी बकेट की बात करूं तो 3 month मैच्योरिटी बकेट में ये 1 month ट्रेजरी बिल एक रेट सेंसिटिव एसेट है. क्यों? क्योंकि ये एसेट इस मैच्योरिटी बकेट में रिप्राइस हो जाएगा. ऐसे ही 3 month टी बिल है, या लेट्स से मेरे लायबिलिटी साइड की बात करते हैं. लायबिलिटी साइड पे डिपॉजिट्स होते हैं, यस नो?
हाँ जी.
तो लाइबिलिटी साइड पे अगर मेरे पास टर्म डिपॉजिट्स पड़े हैं, फिक्स डिपॉजिट्स पड़े हैं, अब एक ऐसे बहुत सारे टर्म डिपॉजिट्स हैं जो इस 3 मंथ्स के अंदर अंदर मच्योर होने वाले हैं, विच मीन्स आई हैव टू पे दैट मनी, राइट। तो जब मैं उसको पे कर दूंगी विद इन 3 मंथ, जैसे ही वो मच्योर होंगे, व्हेन आई पे these fixed term deposit, pay against these term deposits, I can get my financing done on a revised interest rate. पहले मेरे को फाइनेंसिंग मिली हुई थी पिछले इंटरेस्ट रेट के हिसाब से, जो कि इस टर्म डिपॉजिट पे चल रही थी। जब मैंने टर्म डिपॉजिट ये when this term deposit matures, I close this term deposit, इनको पे करके क्लोज कर दी, तो now I'll get the refinancing done at a changed interest rate. Hence, this term deposit, which is maturing within 3 months, will qualify to be an RSL, which is rate sensitive liability, for a 3-month maturity bucket. Did we understand the formal definition of RSA and RSL? Any asset or liability that gets repriced within that maturity bucket.
So, but why are
Yes.
you using the term rate sensitive here? Because frankly speaking, in this 3-month period, this particular security has not really, there was no change in its value, right? I mean, you still got your principal and you got your interest, whatever coupon you were having. So what exactly are they connotating by saying it is rate sensitive?
So when you look at asset liability, you look at the money invested and money procured, right?
Mm.
So this particular money invested will now get reinvested at a higher or a lower rate, and hence this is rate sensitive.
Okay, so
Again,
you're saying there's a reinvestment risk with
yes,
these
there is a
assets.
reinvestment risk when we talk about assets, and there is a refinancing risk when we talk about liabilities.
Yeah, yeah. But then, if you look at long-term assets, they will get repriced after a very long period, right?
Yes, right.
Right. So, but I mean, by that definition, are we saying that they are not rate sensitive?
They are rate sensitive for a longer maturity bucket. अगर मैं 1 साल की बात करूं या 5 साल की बात करूं, हाँ, ये बात सच है कि मुझे उसके बारे में उतना वरी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, because if I am holding them till maturity, the change in interest rate does not really harm me.
You're right. It is not harming me, but actually their value has diminished. I mean, if I go and sell them in the market, I mean, maybe I'll
Yeah, that
I'll
is
have a
the
liquidity
thing.
risk.
If you look at the hold till trading, hold for trading वाला bucket देखो, तो वहां पे everything is sensitive to interest rate, to macroeconomic changes, market risk. All the risks are impacting that bucket. But अगर हम asset as a whole की बात करें, asset side as a whole, then long term assets अगर आपने लोन दिया है, 10 साल का लोन दिया है, पिछले रेट के हिसाब से लोन दिया है, तो और वो फिक्स्ड लोन है, अगर वो फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन नहीं है, that means it does not get repriced for the upcoming 10 years, which means there is no reinvestment risk. अगर रेट बढ़ा तो भी नहीं मिलेगा, घटा तो भी नहीं जाएगा.
So I will not call it a rate sensitive asset in that case.
You always have to talk about the maturity bucket when you are identifying something as RSA or RSL. तो 5 साल की bucket है तो वो हो जाएगा rate sensitive. 3 महीने की bucket है तो वो definitely qualify नहीं करेगा.
Understood.
ठीक है. I hope everybody has understood the concept of RSA and RSL. देखो, this is for everybody. अगर ये बहुत क्लियरली नहीं समझ आता तो बहुत डिटेल्स में एग्जामिनेशन व्यू पॉइंट से बोलूं या सिलेबस व्यू पॉइंट से बोलूं तो करने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. वी जस्ट नीड टू नो एसेट लायबिलिटी मिसमैच क्या होता है, मैनेजमेंट क्या होता है, और क्या क्या टूल्स एंड टेक्निक्स अवेलेबल हैं. बहुत डेप्थ में इट विल बी गुड इफ यू आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड. अगर बिल्कुल ही समझ नहीं आ रहा है, जस्ट ट्राई टू लिसन टू दिस रिकॉर्डिंग वंस ऑल ओवर अगेन, ट्राई टू डू योर वर्क, थोड़ा सा खुद से रिसर्च करो, आ जाएगा, इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. बट एग्जामिनेशन और सिलेबस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से you're not required to get into greater details for these topics. Anyways, coming back to gap analysis, तो हमने ये तो समझ लिया.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
मैम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एक क्वेश्चन था मैम,
बोलो
न्यूमेरिकल की कितनी वेटेज रहेगी?
बच्चे, ये सब बातें हम रिवीजन क्लास में करें। ये लेट मी जस्ट कंप्लीट दिस टॉपिक एंड वील स्टार्ट विद रिवीजन, एंड उसमें आई विल बी टेलिंग एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम एग्जामिनेशन पर्सपेक्टिव इटसेल्फ। ठीक है, चलेगा?
ओके मैम।
तो और लगा ले 4, इट इज गोइंग टू बी 4:30 तक, या उससे पहले ही शायद 4:20 तक विल स्टार्ट विद रिवीजन। गैप एनालिसिस। So RSA minus RSL is the gap. Now, usually a bank is required to, ALCO is required to make these reports on an ongoing basis. Now, this is an interest rate sensitivity gap analysis for a bank done on this date. What have they done? They have these maturity buckets, right? Although यहाँ पे बहुत ही broad buckets है, usually जब बैंक करता है वो डेज वाली बकेट भी लेता है। वो 7-day बकेट लेगा, 1 to 7, फिर 15 to 31, एंड देन 1 month एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ। तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने क्या किया, जैसे ये 3 month, लेस देन 3 months की बकेट है, तो ऑल दोज एसेट्स दैट वर रेट सेंसिटिव फॉर दिस मैच्योरिटी बकेट आर क्लासिफाइड हियर। ऑल दी एसेट्स है तो मतलब लोन्स होंगे या सिक्योरिटीज होंगी। सिक्योरिटीज एट आर हेल्ड टिल मैच्योरिटी आर आल्सो बीइंग क्लासिफाइड। व्हाटएवर जितनी भी मैच्योर होने वाली है इस 3 महीने में, उन सब की वैल्यू डाल दी, तो मेरे पास रेट सेंसिटिव एसेट आरएसए की वैल्यू आ गई फॉर दिस मैच्योरिटी बकेट। सिमिलरली मेरे पास आरएसएल की वैल्यू आ गई फॉर दिस मैच्योरिटी बकेट। इन दोनों को माइनस कर दूंगी, आरएसए माइनस आरएसएल, तो मेरे पास गैप आ गया। सिमिलरली 3 month से 1 year वाला, 1 year to 5 year 3 year वाला, देन 4th year to 5th year वाला, एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ। मेरे पास इन सारे बकेट्स के लिए गैप आ गया। उसके बाद मैं निकालती हूँ क्यूमुलेटिव गैप, सी गैप। क्यूमुलेटिव गैप का मतलब क्या होगा? कैन एनीबडी टेल?
You'll accumulate these gaps over the periods.
यस,
So
सो
1 month और 3 months वाले को
फॉर
आप प्लस कर दोगे।
1 year गैप कैसे आ जाएगा हमारे पास? व्हेन आई विल ऐड दीज टू, which is the gap meant for 3 months or less and gaps meant for 3 months more to 1 year.
Yeah.
है ना? तो
हाँ.
cumulative gap भी is as we go on adding these, this plus this and so on so forth, cumulative gap. उसके बाद हम निकालते हैं C gap ratio, which is C gap upon total asset value. तो we have in a relative term कि गैप कितना, 8% का फॉर 3 months लेस देन 3 months मैच्योरिटी बकेट, 6.79% का फॉर लेस देन 1 year मैच्योरिटी बकेट, 13.72% फॉर लेस देन 3 year मैच्योरिटी बकेट, एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ। तो ये सी गैप रेशियो आ गया। उसके बाद ये अपने एक्चुअल सी गैप रेशियो को बेंचमार्क सी गैप रेशियो से कंपेयर करते हैं। तो दे विल हैव अ बेंचमार्क सी गैप रेशियो कि इतने तक का है, विच आप उनके टॉलरेंस लेवल बोल सकते हो कि अगर गैप इज 5%, इट इज डूएबल, इट विल बी ब्रिज्ड बाय इटसेल्फ। लेकिन अगर उससे ज्यादा है, दैट इज व्हेन यू नीड टू टेक एक्शन। सो दिस इज इंटरेस्ट रेट सेंसिटिविटी गैप रिपोर्ट, जिसमें you saw that we compute gap for various maturity buckets, then we compute cumulative gap, and then we compute gap ratio, and eventually we also compare it to the benchmarks, and the action should be taken, appropriate action should be taken.
This
One more thing
asset
for which
size
we can
is
use gap. Yes,
this asset size is only the size of that particular bucket, or is it like total assets
total assets
across buckets?
across buckets.
Okay.
Total asset जो भी balance sheet पे total asset का size है.
Right, right, got you. But you know, the numerator is for a particular
Bucket. Yes,
bucket,
definitely.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. उसके बाद we can also use this gap to look at the interest rate sensitivity कि interest rate change होगा तो मेरे interest income में कैसा change expect कर सकती हूँ मैं. So if the gap size, let's say RSA minus RSL for a particular maturity bucket is 1 lakh or 1 crore, or this is the gap, right? RSA minus RSL, positive gap है. ऐसा पॉजिटिव गैप कब होगा? जब आरएसए ज्यादा होगा आरएसएल से, और नेगेटिव कब होगा? जब आरएसएल ज्यादा होगा आरएसए से. Is there any preference between the two? For a bank, would a bank want a positive gap or a negative gap, or it does not really make a difference? What do you think?
Depends on, which way the interest rate cycle is.
Yeah, I anticipate change in the interest rate, because
Yeah.
a positive gap, say RSA is more than RSL, interest rate go up, great. Interest rate go down, problem. Because even after positive gap, the interest income is foregone. Interest income कम हो जाएगी. और यही अगर नेगेटिव गैप होगा, where RSA is less than RSL, इंटरेस्ट रेट ऊपर जाएगा तो इंटरेस्ट इनकम नीचे जाएगा, और इंटरेस्ट रेट नीचे जाएगा तो इंटरेस्ट इनकम ऊपर जाएगा. तो इट रियली बेस्ड ऑन द डायरेक्शन ऑफ द चेंज इन इंटरेस्ट रेट. ये बात समझ आई? दैट इफ
Yes, ma'am.
RSA, was it a yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
ओके. तो ये हम इंटरेस्ट रेट की बात कर रहे हैं, ये इंटरेस्ट इनकम चेंज इन नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम की बात कर रहे हैं. So coming to this example, say for a bank and for a particular maturity bucket, RSA minus RSL is 1 crore. It has a positive gap. तो अगर 1% से interest rate ऊपर जाता है, so can we forecast the change in NII, net interest income? So if change in interest rate is 1%, can we calculate the change in net interest income?
The difference is 1 crore. Okay. And the interest rate has gone up by 1%.
Yes.
Okay. So the
We can
interest
use
rate has
that.
gone up, which means they are paying more. They're also getting on
So
their
we can use
assets.
that
Yeah.
duration calculation, right? I mean, 1% change in the interest rate, depending upon, what is the duration value, Through that, you mean to say we need to calculate?
ड्यूरेशन वैल्यू पे वो तो वैल्यू ऑफ एसेट का चेंज आप आ गए. ऑल आई एम आस्किंग इज द चेंज इन नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम.
And net interest income is income earned on income
Okay, wait.
given on asset. Sorry, income earned on asset minus income given on liability. Actually,
Yes,
sorry,
interest
amount
income
earned on
minus interest expense, यही होता है ना NII. Net
income
interest
minus
income.
expense. Right. That's what I wanted to say.
तो अगर आपके एसेट्स ज्यादा है लायबिलिटी से एक मैच्योरिटी बकेट में, मतलब RSA रीप्राइज बिफोर RSL, अग्रीड?
हाँ जी.
RSA अगर RSL से ज्यादा है तो इस मैच्योरिटी बकेट में एसेट जल्दी रिप्राइज हो रहा है लायबिलिटी से. तो अगर जल्दी रिप्राइज हो रहा है, इतना एसेट जल्दी रिप्राइज हो रहा है, तो कितने रिप्राइज हो रहा है और एट अ हायर रेट हो रहा है? 1% का इंटरेस्ट रेट इंक्रीज है, सो 1% ऑफ 1 crore 1 lakh का NII में इंक्रीज एक्सपेक्टेड होगा. Isn't it? If asset is more than liability by 1 crore or interest rate has gone up by 1%, interest income will also go up by 1%. अगर यही liability asset से ज्यादा होता and interest rate would have gone up by 1%, in that case interest expense would have gone up by 1 lakh and your NII, net interest income, would have gone down by 1 lakh.
Down by 1 lakh. ठीक है.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
So for a bank.
So with gap, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was saying this. For a bank, typically your RSA would be more than RSL.
Yes, true.
Right?
Yes.
RSA would be more than RSL.
नहीं, एक सेकेंड. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है. For अगर लॉन्ग टर्म की बात करें तो yes, RSA will be more than RSL. लेकिन शॉर्ट मैच्योरिटी बकेट्स की बात करें
Agree.
Right?
Fine. Actually, I was coming there, but if I look at total would be that, the assets, I mean, their RSA would be much more than RSL, right? I mean, if I add up all
Cumulative,
RSAs and
including
cumulative,
every
all
possible
buckets.
maturity bucket. Of course, वही तो
Yeah.
net worth हो गया
Right.
ना.
Exactly. I mean, that's where, probably I was thinking. But you're saying from an individual bucket perspective, my RSA for long-term buckets would be more than RSL, but for short-term buckets, RSA would be less than RSL. Is that what you said?
No. For
No,
short-term
sorry.
buckets, it could be anyway, in any
It
direction.
could be anyway.
And
But for
also,
long-term buckets,
short-term is more relevant than long-term because जो interest rate change है, they keep on happening, right? Interest rates keep on resetting and revising, and what is more important is the upcoming liquidity position. Liquidity position देखते हैं तो हम short term obligations fulfill कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे, वो जरूरी है. Long term solvency की बात नहीं कर रहे. तो शॉर्ट टर्म में मेरे शॉर्ट टर्म मैच्योरिटी बकेट्स में गैप कितना है, गैप रेशियो कितना है, और नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम को वो कैसे अफेक्ट करता है, वो ज्यादा जरूरी है देन लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट. लॉन्ग टर्म.
See, I tell you, where my question is coming from, or where my doubt is, given that today the banks do a lot of securitization, which means, even though they are carrying loans which are long-term loans, but they convert them into short-term securities, liquid securities. I was trying to understand from that perspective, is it fair to assume that, uh, I mean, in that case, in the short-term buckets also, their RSAs will be more than RSL. Is it fair to assume, or I should not take that
No, I
assumption?
don't think so. Because
Okay,
once
okay.
they've converted loan into securities, those loans would not remain
Be
in their
there,
balance sheet, and
balance sheet
neither
anyway.
would,
Okay.
right, और
Okay.
neither would securities. इनके बैलेंस शीट पे तो वो सिक्योरिटीज रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे जो ये इन्वेस्टेड है जिन सिक्योरिटीज में. Now
Right.
that could be any structured finance out there, right?
So but it is still my asset, right? I mean, even though it is an investment, it's not a loan, but it is my asset. Are you saying I will not take that into my buckets?
Take what?
The investments which the bank is making?
Of course, no. Of course you will take. All I'm saying is कि जो लोन आपने सिक्योरिटाइज कर दिए, वो तो सिक्योरिटीज आपने बेच दी. अब जो इन्वेस्टमेंट में आएगा, those are those securities that you are invested in, and of course that will qualify under RSA, and you need to look at कि उनकी maturity क्या है और वो किस mature bucket में RSA में qualify करते हैं. So you have to consider all the securities you're invested in.
Okay, are you saying because I've sold those securities to a SPV, it is no longer on my balance sheet at all, so I'm not even considering those.
Yes.
I got you. Okay. So it is all that, whether it is on my balance sheet or not. I got you.
Right. ठीक है, तो ये तो हो गया गैप एनालिसिस. नाउ लेट मी मूव टू ड्यूरेशन गैप एनालिसिस. Last technique that I'll be discussing. So duration, you must have, are you guys also studying fixed income securities?
Yeah, we've studied it.
Not all of us, ma'am.
Not all of us. Oh.
But we do have some idea from our last semester. SEPM में we did
हाँ, ड्यूरेशन करा होगा ना. क्या होता है ड्यूरेशन? मुझे बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल में डेरिवेशंस में एंटर नहीं करना है. सो आई जस्ट वांट टू नो कि आपकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है.
I can give a simple explanation. ड्यूरेशन बेसिकली टेल्स अस कि एक फिक्स्ड इनकम सिक्योरिटी में आपने इन्वेस्ट करा है तो कितने टाइम में आपको वो इन्वेस्टमेंट अमाउंट वापस मिल जाएगा. इट डज नॉट कंसिडर कि इंटरेस्ट के साथ कितने टाइम में मिलेगा. इट्स जस्ट कि आपका इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट कितने टाइम में आपको वापस मिल जाएगा. दैट इज द ड्यूरेशन ऑफ द बॉन्ड.
Right. So average length of life of fixed income security is the duration. Is it?
Right.
ठीक है. आप लोगों ने immunization strategies भी किया by any chance?
Yes, ma'am. It was a part of our semester.
तुम्हें पता ही है. एक change in एक equation होती है. Change in P upon P is equal to duration to interest rate, change in interest rate upon 1 plus R. किया ऐसा? कि बॉन्ड की वैल्यू में इंटरेस्ट रेट के चेंज होने से बॉन्ड की वैल्यू में कितना चेंज होगा is given by this equation.
Yeah. In fact, that's what I was mentioning earlier, that I would need to know the duration of those securities to.
I remember. You did mention duration. तो वही ना, वो वैल्यूएशन की बात हो गई. अभी हम इंटरेस्ट इनकम कर रहे थे तब.
Yeah. No, but I thought that, my delta P is the loss or the profit that I'll get on my interest income.
Can you say about it again? What did you say?
No, I was taking that the delta P is
Hmm.
the increase or the decrease in my net interest income. That's why I was talking about, when like I need to know what is the duration so that I can figure out, what is a 1% change in
Exactly.
interest result into how much of a value change. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So yeah, duration gap analysis help us understand the effect of interest rate change on net worth of the company. So we know that asset is equal to liability plus equity, and change in asset will also be equal to change in liability plus change in equity, and hence change in equity will be change in asset minus change in liability. This equation here that I've marked as 1 is understandable to everybody?
Yeah.
Another thing we know is that if the interest rate change, all the rate sensitive assets and rate sensitive liabilities also change in value. Increase in interest rate for a fixed income security, its value will go down. Correct?
Right.
Okay. So duration gap help us understand how exactly or by what value we can expect the net worth to change because of the change in interest rate, because of a 1% change in interest rate. Given the balance sheet size or given the balance sheet of a bank, उसका net worth कैसे affect होगा, which means कि उनका asset value कैसे affect होगा और asset liability value कैसे affect होगा. So the immunization वाला जो अभी हमने एक equation लिखा था, immunization क्या मतलब bond value and relationship between bond value and interest rate change. I'll just substitute the price of the bond with the price of all the fixed income securities, which is the value of asset. Change in asset upon asset can be written as the duration of asset into change in R upon 1 plus R.
Okay.
Right, I've just substituted this thing. Change in P upon P is equal to duration into change in R upon 1 plus R. So this particular equation help us tell कि अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट 1% से चेंज होता है तो प्राइस में कैसे बॉन्ड का चेंज होगा. तो I've just, instead of taking this one fixed income security, this asset is a it's a portfolio of all the fixed income
Assets.
securities, because
And
these are rate sensitive
change in
assets
P
na,
means
they must be carrying some interest rate, so these are all fixed income securities. So change in A, change in the value of asset will be equal to duration of the asset into change in interest rate 1 plus R into asset value.
Assets.
Similarly, change in LB आ सकता है, which is duration of liability into change in R upon 1 plus R
and
into L.
change in P means percentage.
यहाँ पे इसकी बात कर रहे हो?
Price.
Yes, ma'am.
Price of bond.
Okay.
ये बच्चे एक इक्वेशन है कि बॉन्ड का प्राइस जब इंटरेस्ट रेट चेंज होता है तो कैसे चेंज होता है, और ये इक्वेशन भी हमने डिराइव की है बाय यूजिंग द प्राइस ऑफ द बॉन्ड का इक्वेशन एंड डिफरेंशिएटिंग इट विद इंटरेस्ट रेट. तो दैट इज complex maths that I don't want to get into. All we know is that price of a bond, change in the price of the bond can be computed using duration and the expected change in interest rate. Similarly, I've just substituted this price of bond with the value of my asset, value of my portfolio of bonds, portfolio of these fixed income securities or rate sensitive securities. And change in A minus change in L will give me change in E. अब ये duration gap किसको कहते हैं?
This duration is the
Equations
weighted
marked
average.
as 1 and 2, ये understandable है?
Yeah. So this duration A is the weighted average of the duration of all the assets?
Yes, correct. Weighted average of all the length of assets. मतलब फॉर्मूला आई बिलीव सेम ही रहेगा जिसमें हम कैश फ्लो को वेट देते हैं, मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं और डिवाइड करते हैं कैश फ्लो से.
Okay. So because we are multiplying it with the total assets now. So if it is a weighted average, then in the denominator you have a itself.
डिनोमिनेटर में वेटेड एवरेज ऑफ कैश फ्लोज आता है क्या? और ऊपर कैश फ्लोज आता है, ऐसा है क्या? आई एम
नहीं
नॉट
ऊपर
आई कांट.
नहीं न्यूमरेटर में वेटेड कैश फ्लोज
अच्छा,
आएंगे
वेट
and
इनटू
वेट
कैश
डिनोमिनेटर में
फ्लोज.
ऊपर आता
टोटल
है और
और
वेट
टोटल
में
कैश फ्लोज
ईयर
नीचे आता
लेते थे ना हम. वेट में 1 2 3 4 लेते थे ईयर. That is the
No,
weight
right
of the
now,
cash.
right now I'm not asking about the cash flow weight, ma'am. I'm talking about, if I'm taking duration of A, what does that mean? It is a weighted average of the durations of individual assets,
all
right?
the securities. Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
हाँ.
Okay, so change in E can be written as, okay, one more thing that I needed to add here. We know that interest rate अगर increase होता है तो as securities की value नीचे जाती है.
Minus, yeah,
So
it will be
minus
minus, yeah.
आ जाएगा
Yeah,
दोनों
yeah,
जगह,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. In fact, in the main equation also, delta P over P, it should be minus duration delta R
Minus,
over 1.
minus, correct, correct. So change in A will be minus dA into A. So this whole thing minus this whole thing
Yeah.
will be change in E. इसको अब हम simplify करेंगे. So change in E can be written as minus duration gap into
It should be multiplied
change
by
in
A
R upon
1 plus
1
R.
plus R. Sorry, what are you saying?
I mean, no, I didn't see that you were writing duration gap, but it's duration A into A minus, sorry, minus duration A into A plus duration L into L, right?
हाँ, वो सब कुछ ब्रैकेट
हाँ.
ब्रैकेट ओपन करेंगे तो माइनस ड्यूरेशन ए इंटू ए प्लस ड्यूरेशन एल इंटू एल और आर
Okay.
अपॉन 1 प्लस आर को हम कॉमन ले सकते हैं, ऑल ऑफ दैट. सो ड्यूरेशन गैप का मतलब हो गया ड्यूरेशन ए माइनस ड्यूरेशन एल.
Okay.
So this concept here,
And change
duration
in E
gap,
means
is actually the difference between the duration of rate sensitive assets and rate sensitive liabilities
Not
for a
really.
particular maturity bucket.
No, not really. You have to multiply it with the size of assets and liabilities as well, right?
We will do that, yes.
But we'll have to do it here itself, right? I mean, duration gap cannot be just duration of asset minus duration of liability.
Duration gap is the difference between the duration of asset and liability.
Yeah, but in that equation, if you go back to the
In
previous
that
slide,
equation, we need to insert the
size,
the worth
value,
of
size.
the proportion of liability and asset. That's
Yes.
true.
Yes. Okay.
Right, so duration gap can be used to find out the change in net worth because of the change in interest rate. Let me just इसका equation कैसे बनेगा? Minus duration A into A.
No, but I think you should take delta E upon E, right? I mean, if I'm not wrong.
Delta E upon E.
Yeah. Then then that multiplication
Then
will not
probably
come.
this will be right.
Yeah.
Let me just think it through once all over again. So we know what change in A and change in L looks like. Change in E will be, अगर हम थोड़ा solve ही करें इसको तो, minus duration A into A minus duration L into L into change in R upon 1 plus R. Right? Change in E can be written like this. अच्छा, asset liability का, हाँ. और अगर मैं इसको सबको टोटल एसेट साइड से कर दूं तो हाँ, चेंज इन ई अपॉन ए माइनस ड्यूरेशन माइनस प्लस ड्यूरेशन एल अपॉन ए
No,
into
I didn't mean this. I didn't mean this. I meant that, if you take delta E upon E,
I know. Then
then it will
duration gap
be,
into change into R upon 1 plus R will be fine.
yes, then it will be dA minus dL directly.
Right.
Then
Duration
it will
gap
be
into change in R upon 1 plus R will be change in
Um,
E upon
what
E.
E,
what
yes,
is E? What is E?
Change in equity, the net worth.
yeah,
Okay.
net worth, yeah.
Right. So, okay, the point, although इसको भी थोड़ा सा अगर हम simplify करेंगे तो we can directly find change in equity from duration gap.
Actually, yeah, I mean, I think you are
Hmm.
right. If you write duration gap, it will be duration A minus duration L, and E is anyway A minus L, right? So one can take out A minus L, A minus E separately also.
Probably. ठीक है, हमें इतना अभी डेरिवेशन में नहीं एंटर करना है. ऑल द पॉइंट दैट वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड इज दैट using duration gap analysis we can analyze the change in net worth because of the change in interest rates directly. तो जैसे हमने यहाँ पे हर maturity bucket के लिए gap find out किया, फिर cumulative gap ratio find out की, ऐसे ही हम हर maturity bucket के लिए duration gap find out कर सकते हैं. और interest rate change की वजह से नेटवर्थ में क्या चेंज आएगा फॉर एवरी मैच्योरिटी बकेट वी कैन फाइंड दैट. और क्यूमुलेटिव ड्यूरेशन गैप से टोटल एक्सपेक्टेड चेंज इन नेटवर्थ कैन बी कैलकुलेटेड. एंड or why a bank needs to do all of this, so that they need to do this on an ongoing basis, so that no the gap or duration gap does not exceed the tolerance level. They have a set tolerance level. Those tolerance levels are also set by this ALCO, this asset liability committee, where of course CEO also needs to be necessarily part of this ALCO. They set the benchmarks, they set the tolerance levels, and then measure and monitor the gaps on an ongoing basis. And whenever this gap breaches the tolerance level, that is when they should get alert, and they should take appropriate measures. शॉर्ट टर्म एसेट्स इंट्रोड्यूस करने हैं, या फिर किसी तरह फाइनेंसिंग सिक्योर करनी है, गैप ब्रिज करना है तो कैसे करना है, रीफाइनेंसिंग रिस्क को कैसे टैकल करना है, या री इन्वेस्टमेंट रिस्क को कैसे टैकल करना है. राइट. सो दैट वुड बी इट फॉर एसेट लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट. समझ आया तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं समझ आया तो theoretically if we have understood what mismatches and why management needs to be done, that is more than enough. Any doubt, anything you want to ask here? From now, here I'll be starting with the revision part.
Can you just show that equation of gap analysis? The slide that you had.
This one?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
So this RSAI minus RSLI, these are the values of my assets minus liabilities. So you're saying this is my profit or whatever, or a loss in that bucket.
No, it's not a profit. No, profit loss तो ये है ही नहीं. ये सिर्फ गैप है मेरे एसेट लायबिलिटी का. ये एब्सोल्यूट रुपी वैल्यू है.
Yeah. So in fact, that's where I was trying to understand how come we are able to compute the interest margin through this.
अगर ये रेट सेंसिटिव है तो यू आर yielding interest on these assets and giving interest on these liabilities. और अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ता है, see, if RSA is more than RSL, it means कि आपकी जो assets आ रहे हैं वो आपके लॉन्ग टर्म लायबिलिटी से आ रहे हैं. मतलब इस मैच्योरिटी बकेट में जो लायबिलिटी है उससे नहीं आ रहे, लॉन्गर टर्म लायबिलिटी से ये एसेट फाइनेंस हुए होंगे. एम आई करेक्ट?
Right.
तो जब इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ेगा तो these assets will mature and you will receive money and you will be able to reinvest it at a higher rate. You will be it will get repriced before the liabilities, and hence जो difference है उसको आप जल्दी रिप्राइज हो जाएगा, वो बढ़े हुए इंटरेस्ट रेट पे बढ़ा हुआ इंटरेस्ट इनकम मिल जाएगा। और
Right.
अगर यही
So
इंटरेस्ट रेट
there are two aspects. One is that whether I am repricing RSA ahead of RSL, because these are same buckets, right? These are RSA and RSL are in the same bucket, so they're getting repriced at the same after same amount of time, right? If it is 3 months, they're getting repriced after 3
इट्स
months.
जस्ट कि अगर 3 month मैच्योरिटी बकेट है तो उस बकेट में ये पहले मैच्योर हो रहे हैं, ये बाद में मैच्योर हो रहे हैं, अगर पॉजिटिव
Okay.
गैप है तो।
Okay. You're saying within that 3 month, I mean, what is the average duration of maturity for each? And if it is more, then, I get a positive impact of that.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And there is another aspect also, is that also linked to this, that typically, banks, whenever there's an interest rate change, they don't change the interest rate on deposit as fast as they change the interest rates on the assets. Is that also comes into play here?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, दैट्स अनदर, इट्स अ स्टेप अहेड कि अभी तो हम ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि एसेट भी उसी रेट से इंक्रीज हो रहा है और लायबिलिटी भी उसी रेट से इंक्रीज हो रही है, बट मोर ऑफन देन नॉट दैट्स नॉट द केस। लायबिलिटी उस रेट से इंक्रीज नहीं हो रही होती है और एसेट उस रेट से इंक्रीज हो रहा होता है, या अदरवाइज ऑल्सो। तो वो difference in spread can also be incorporated in this equation, and then the gap can be found out. I mean, the interest income, change in interest income can be computed. बिकॉज अब उस केस में मैं क्या करूंगी, लेट से मेरे को लगता है कि मेरे एसेट पे बढ़ा हुआ इंटरेस्ट रेट तो जल्दी फ्लो करेगा, लेकिन लायबिलिटी पे जल्दी फ्लो नहीं करेगा। तो एसेट पे अगर 2% इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा है तो यहाँ पे 2% से इंटरेस्ट इनकम बढ़ेगी, और यहाँ पे इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस सिर्फ 1% से बढ़ेगा। तो एनआईआई उस हिसाब से चेंज होगा, देयर विल बी मोर प्रोफाउंड और मोर चेंज इन एनआईआई, नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम। Right. So yeah, that's a step ahead, but can definitely be incorporated into this model.
Sure.
All right. So I'll be closing this discussion on unit 4 with this. Unit 4 is done with. Now I'll be starting with revision. I'll be taking 5 minutes and then I'll be starting. So exactly at 4:25, I'll be starting with the revision of MBFS. Okay. Works for everybody?
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this whole revision is going to be very specific to the examination perspective. Syllabus. There are 6 units in your syllabus. Are we aware of that? First unit pertains to
A basic understanding of the financial markets.
right, the
What
Indian
are the
financials.
participants,
It is
regulators,
also
everything.
a very like abridged version of whatever we cover in the upcoming units. So आप unit 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 में जो भी cover करते हो, that is also by default becomes an intro to how things are done in financial system. Anyways, so basic understanding on Indian financial system, how does the financial landscape of India looks like, what are various financial institutions, markets, so on and so forth. So this is unit 1. Then unit 2 pertains to the role of merchant bankers, the role of merchant banking, investment banking in the securities placement or in the issue management. So majorly Unit 2 is about what is merchant banking, what are various functions of merchant bankers, and how they facilitate issue management or how they help in placement of securities publicly or privately. So merchant banking and issue management is Unit 2. Unit 3 is credit rating agencies, how they function, how they rate, what are various credit rating agencies out there, all of that. Unit 4 is what we just completed. It is more about the risks, risk exposures of bank, or how does the financial statements of a bank looks like, how we analyze the financial statements of a bank. Then what are various capital adequacy norms of financial institutions, specifically banks, what are capital adequacy norms they need to follow, and lastly how they manage their asset liability mismatch. Last 2 units pertain to various financial services. So expect a numerical question from this part of the syllabus, while others you can have certain case-based questions, then proper theory questions or case-based questions, while numericals you can expect only from this part of the unit or this part of the syllabus. Yeah. So I'll be starting with unit 1. Any doubts in the syllabus?
No, ma'am.
So somebody was asking about the weightage of numericals and theory. I believe somebody was, I'm not sure. But regardless of that, I'll state that out of, you can expect 70% or 60 to 70% into theory and 30% into numerical. So numericals from this unit, you'll have to cover. Rest, everything is theory.
How much you said numericals?
So so usually the question paper carries 7 questions, out of which carries
Yeah,
first
7
question is
questions.
Part A and
compulsory,
part
which
B.
is a 20 marker,
हाँ जी.
right? And rest 4 question, पूरा 70 marks का paper है ना?
हाँ. Right.
So rest 5 to
12.5
6 questions, you'll have to attempt 4 questions carrying 12.5 each, I believe.
Yes, 12.5 का ही होता है. हाँ जी.
ठीक है. तो so out of these total 5 questions that you need to attempt, you can expect that there will be 2 numericals and rest theory and case based numericals. Numericals तो नहीं होंगे, thinking cases या फिर theories, theory question directs, and definitely 2 numerical questions. All right. So starting with unit 1, which talks about the various financial.
Did you also mention? Did you also mention like numericals would be from which all subject
this unit?
lessons? Which one? Okay, only risk management. I see.
So in unit 1, we primarily just need to understand how the financial system looks like, what are various pillars of Indian financial system or financial system in general. We have financial institutions, which are financial intermediaries, financial instruments, the various securities, the kind of securities that get floated, then financial services, and regulators. Regulators की बात करें तो what are various regulators? Like which are various regulators?
RBI, SEBI,
RBI,
RBI,
SEBI,
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 IRDA,
PFRDA,
Pension Fund
IRDA,
Regulatory Authority.
IRDA, PFRDA, and there was one more. I can't recall. Companies, something.
Ministry of Finance.
Min-
Is it a
Ministry
regulatory body?
of Finance? No, no, no. Not Ministry of.
Corporate
But
Affairs.
because it is ministry, so ministries are regulatories in nature.
Right. So who regulates mutual funds? These you've mentioned the names of certain
SEBI.
regulators, and primarily यही हैं
SEBI.
regulators.
Yes.
Did someone answer that question?
SEBI.
Mutual fund कौन करता है?
SEBI. SEBI.
SEBI.
SEBI.
Correct.
SEBI.
Mutual fund comes under SEBI. What about merchant banks? Investment banks,
SEBI
merchant
itself.
bank.
Underwriter.
Oh, RBI.
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 Isn't it SEBI?
SEBI will look
Any
at
bank
the
would be under
investment
RBI, right?
activities.
It should be RBI.
But merchant
Actually,
bank is
also,
involved in a lot of investment activities also, no?
तो issue
Merchant bank IPO पे काम करते हैं. IPO and IPO is under SEBI.
Right, then it's SEBI. So if it is an investment bank only dealing in the corporate finance advisory consultancy, then usually those investment banks is an arm of a mainstream bank which gets regulated by RBI. But when there's a merchant bank that is only or primarily helping with the securities placement, public placement or private placement, then it is the SEBI that regulates those activities. Right, then IRDA is insurance regulatory, PFRDA is pension fund regulatory. Coming to financial institutions, we have the majority of financial institutions are banks, banking institutions, and then rest non-banking institutions. Within banking institutions, there are public sector banks, private sector banks, foreign banks, and regional banks. Non-banking institutions को अगर हम classify करते हैं तो we'll have NBFCs, NBFIs and DFIs, non-banking financial institutions and developmental financial institutions. NBFIs, what are NBFIs?
Non-banking financial institutions, they do not take deposits. They are not allowed to take deposits. They
Right.
take capital and they take other sources of investment and then they lend it out to the borrowers.
Correct.
Primarily. There could be other
Right.
streams also.
Right, correct. So NBFIs, they function like a bank, but they do not have a banking license. They cannot accept demand deposit. They can accept fixed deposits. So Shriram Finance is an NBFC, but Shriram Finance does offer FDs for retail investors out there. So NBFIs can collect money via fixed deposits, but they cannot accept demand deposits, current deposits or current account. Am I correct?
Mhm.
So they're not registered as a bank, they're registered as a company. And majority of their income or majority of their assets, more than 85% of their assets are financial in nature. They are financial assets. Hence, any company that has more than 85% of assets as financial assets, securities, that will be termed as NBFI, which makes mutual fund also an NBFI, or an insurance company also an NBFI. So not just a company that is into financing. So there are many NBFCs, non-banking financial companies, that specializes in financing, lending out, creating credit, selling credit. Credit creation function is only taken up by bank or NBFI.
Both can do it.
So by credit creation, we understand that we are receiving deposits which are being converted into loans.
Loans. Right.
When you are a seller of a credit or purveyor of a credit, that's a different thing. So credit creation function is taken up by banks, while there are NBFIs or NBFCs that sell credit, right? So when we talk about NBFIs, iska definition would be when more than 85% of the assets are financial assets. They're receiving majority of their income from financial assets. They cannot accept demand deposits. They do not have banking license. Now within NBFIs, we can have mutual funds, we can have insurance companies, pension funds, asset management companies, and then there are whole lot of other NBFCs that are into financing. This is small finance bank hai, housing financing to various sectors. But what they cannot do is they cannot accept deposits from depositors. But how do they get their funds from then? Where do they get their funds from? NBFCs अगर deposits नहीं, let's say NBFC is a financing company. The NBFC that I am talking about is a financing company. वो loan देता है. तो loan देता है तो पैसा कहाँ से आएगा?
कैपिटल इन्वेस्ट
Equity.
करेंगे ना उसमें लोग. हाँ जी.
Equity. And then there will be short-term borrowing or long-term borrowing also. They also borrow.
हाँ. Right.
They sell their commercial certificate of deposits और commercial short-term commercial paper जिसके basis पे वो funding secure करते हैं. Right. So banking institutions, non-banking institutions, we have NBFIs. NBFIs में आपके पास financing companies भी आती हैं और asset management companies भी आ सकती हैं, brokerage houses भी आ सकते हैं. Every company that is making most of their money from financial assets can be termed as an NBFI.
So what is the
Then there is
major difference
developmental
between
financial institute. Yes.
So what is the major difference between a banking and a non-banking financial institute? Like, I understand, they have a license, banks and NBFIs don't have, and they can take these deposits. But, I mean, apart from this, what exactly is the primary difference between the two?
एक तो regulatory oversight का difference है. Of course, banks are more stringently and minutely monitored, regulated, while
But
NBFCs are not.
But why is that? Why NBFIs
Can I?
are not?
Yes, please.
अतुल जी, जो बैंक्स होते हैं, पहली बात तो बेसिक डिफरेंस दोनों में ये है कि बैंक जो है वो बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1949 के अंदर आते हैं, और वो जो है आपका जो करंट अकाउंट में जो डिपॉजिट होते हैं, मतलब करंट अकाउंट और सेविंग अकाउंट दोनों रेगुलेट करते हैं. और आपका जो एनबीएफसीज है वो आपका कंपनीज एक्ट 1956 और 2013 के अंदर आते हैं। ये सिर्फ आपका क्या नाम कहते हैं लोन्स प्रोवाइड करते हैं। ये जो हम कासा अकाउंट बोलते हैं ना, मतलब करंट अकाउंट और सेविंग अकाउंट, वो इस पे कभी भी डीलिंग नहीं कर सकते। आरबीआई ने मतलब इन पे एक तरीके से वो लगा रखी है, लिमिट लगा रखी है कि आप इस पे नहीं कर सकते, रोक लगा रखी है। बेसिक डिफरेंस दोनों में यही है। और एनबीएफसी में भी बहुत सारी मतलब डिफरेंट टाइप के होते हैं। एक एसेट फाइनेंसिंग होती है, लोन कंपनी होती है। मतलब इनको बेसिकली अपने आप को थ्रू मतलब अंडर आरबीआई, अंडर सेबी, और जो आपका क्या नाम कहते हैं ये आपका है इरडा, इसके अंदर भी इनको रजिस्टर करना पड़ता है खुद को।
IRDA।
यस मैम।
अच्छा।
यस मैम। मैम एक्चुअली एनबीएफसी के ऊपर ना मैम मेरे पास कुछ नोट्स थे, तो उसी में से मैं देख रहा था, उसमें ये सारा लिखा हुआ है।
ग्रेट ग्रेट ग्रेट, आप शेयर कर सकते हो। एंड ही राइटली मेंशन
हाँ मैम।
कि
ओके मैम,
banks are registered
मैं
under
अभी शेयर कर
Banking
देता
Act,
हूँ।
Banking Regulation Act, I think 1934. I'm not sure of the year. NBFC is Companies Act, and the question behind the question on why they are not as much regulated as banks are because they're not exposed to small time savers or depositors. They do not accept deposits from retail depositors, and they're receiving money from more sophisticated investors. Uh,
But
एज
they're still
अगर मैं
getting
एज अ
FDs, right?
रिटेल डिपॉजिटर आई विल, मेरा मेन स्ट्रीम बैंक एचडीएफसी हो सकता है, एसबीआई हो सकता है, और मैं यूजुअली फिर उसी बैंक के साथ एफडी भी करती हूँ, और जो भी मेरे बैंकिंग नीड्स है वो उसी बैंक से फुलफिल होते हैं, वन और अ कपल ऑफ बैंक्स, राइट। बट एनबीएफसी सबसे पहले तो ये वो फंडिंग गैप फुलफिल करते हैं जो मेन स्ट्रीम बैंक जिसमें नहीं एंटर कर पाता बिकॉज ऑफ प्रोबेबली मोर रिस्क, मोर जेस्टेशन पीरियड। बहुत सारी ऐसी छोटी छोटी कंपनीज हैं जो या स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो एमएसएमई में क्वालिफाई नहीं करती हैं, लेकिन लोन उनको भी चाहिए, लेकिन वो रिस्की हैं, उनके कोई हिस्टोरिकल फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, और उस उनके उनके लिए लोन सिक्योर करना मेन स्ट्रीम बैंकिंग स्पेस से थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है। एनबीएफसी से उन्हें इंस्टेंटली लोन मिलता है, लोन मिलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, बस रिटर्न रेट हाई होता है। सो एनबीएफसी ऑल्सो केटर्स टू और ब्रिज द फंडिंग गैप। बहुत सारे ऐसे सेक्टर्स होते हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर, जो थोड़े रिस्की हैं फॉर मेन स्ट्रीम बैंक टू गेट एक्सपोज टू एट अ लार्ज स्केल, एंड हेंस दैट इज फुलफिल बाय टेकन अप बाय एनबीएफसी. So that was my take
Okay.
on banking, the difference between bank and NBFC.
So given that, they also take fixed deposits, it's only difference is that, they don't handle current account and savings account. That's the only difference between a bank and an NFC. Is that how simply I can put it?
Yes,
That's the only
true.
difference. They can do anything else that a bank does other than these two tasks, and that's why they're
Correct.
not regulated by RBI
No, they
so
are regulated.
stringently.
ऐसा नहीं है
No,
that
I'm
they're
saying so
not.
stringently. No, I'm
हाँ,
saying so stringently. I mean,
हाँ.
the regulations are more. And
They're also
do
known
they
as
also
shadow banks, की है तो बैंक की, काम
right?
तो बैंक जैसा ही कर रहा है, बस
Exactly.
उतना रेगुलेटेड नहीं है और कासा अकाउंट में डिपॉजिट्स नहीं एक्सेप्ट करता है.
Right.
But they make the economy as vulnerable as banks do, because these days
Right.
NBFCs also are a big part of the economy, of the financial landscape.
Right. So in fact, frankly speaking, even though banks are highly regulated, but eventually, what is happening is that banks are giving loans to NBFCs and NBFCs are giving loans
Yes,
to the right. So
correct.
eventually, they have become extended arm of the bank only.
True, true, true. And somewhere I believe banks are also uh, guided or asked to, it becomes a part of their priority sector lending, where RBI asks to finance NBFCs, because NBFC का मॉडल तो बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा है कि वो शॉर्ट टर्म लायबिलिटी से लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट क्रिएट करते हैं, और उनका एसेट लायबिलिटी मिसमैच बहुत रेगुलरली रहता है, और उसको दे हैव टू मिटिगेट, और बहुत बारी उन्हें बैंक से लोन लेना पड़ता है ऑन शॉर्ट टर्म बेसिस. सो बैंक्स आर रादर आस्क्ड टू सपोर्ट एनबीएफसीज इन दैट, ऑन दैट फ्रंट. They are exposed to NBFCs. They are rather asked by the regulators कि एक percentage of the total asset value is kept for financing NBFCs.
मैम आपसे पीडीएफ कैसे शेयर करूं मैं
Sorry,
एनबीएफसी के ऊपर?
क्या? Can you repeat what you're asking?
मैम वो एनबीएफसी के ऊपर जो पीडीएफ है वो मैं आपसे कैसे शेयर करूं?
किसी चैट बॉक्स पे शेयर करो, और अपने ग्रुप पे तो शेयर कर ही सकते हो, चैट बॉक्स पे भी शेयर कर दो.
And do they also have the same SLR, CRR requirements? NBFCs as banks?
No.
They don't. Okay.
ठीक है. So
I mean, they don't have any requirement, or they have different, lesser requirements on SLR and these things.
Not that I'm aware of. SLR, CRR related कोई भी requirement I haven't come across for an NBFC. But again,
एनबीएफसी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करने के लिए 2 करोड़ मिनिमम कैपिटल चाहिए होता है. ओनर्स का कैपिटल 2 करोड़ होना चाहिए. ओनर्स का जो कैपिटल होता है वो
capital
मिनिमम 2
adequacy.
करोड़ होना
हाँ.
चाहिए.
Okay. Capital adequacy norms है, but not liquidity norms.
CRR, SLR norms नहीं है, लेकिन capital adequacy norms जरूर RBI prescribe करता है.
Right. Right. Okay. And all these, companies like Airtel, who have got these banking licenses,
Payment
now
banks.
they are proper, payment banks. They are proper banks, or they are also NBFIs?
They are NBFC. They are not. They're not banks, definitely.
So
Correspondent
they have
banking.
a limited banking license only?
हाँ. कि up to 1 lakh का वो deposit accept कर सकते हैं. But any which ways, payment banks have not fared well in the economy.
But initially, when the RBI had given licenses to Airtel and all these companies, intent was that these companies will actually become large banks.
हाँ, मतलब restricted scale पे वो banking कर सकते हैं. They do accept saving account deposits और third party transfer वगैरह, वो सारे function कर सकते हैं, but एक scale limited scale पे कर सकते हैं. I think कोई 1 lakh का restriction भी था कि per user 1 lakh का ही deposit accept कर सकते हैं at max. So
they can take savings account, right? I mean, they can take savings.
saving account पे वो deposit accept करते हैं.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So then there are mutual fund companies, insurance companies, brokerage houses, depositories, the many financial intermediaries that help, that help in mobilizing the funds and transferring the funds from savers to investors. The main function of intermediaries, the risk transfer, is mobilization of savings and transferring it to the ones who need. Movement of funds from surplus units to deficit units, all of that. Coming to financial markets, the broad classification is that there is a capital market and money market. Capital market would be
Stock market.
Long-term
securities market, where long-term securities are traded or sold. And money market will be the market meant for short-term instruments, instruments that mature within
1 year.
Less than a year.
1 year. Correct. So within capital market, we'll have equity market and debt market. I don't think I need to explain what equity market and debt market is, which can further be classified as primary and secondary market. Primary market would be
First time issuing of securities by the
when
issuers.
equity securities or debt securities are issued in the market, the funds against these securities are raised for the very first time, issued by the issuer. It may be public placement or private placement. Public placement is with general public, and private placement is when it is when the securities are placed with selected number of sophisticated investors. So primary market is when the security is issued in the market for the very first time. Secondary market when the already existing securities, already issued securities are being bought or sold. And usually it is happening via exchanges, correct?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट में भी डोमेस्टिक प्लेसमेंट हो सकता है और इंटरनेशनल प्लेसमेंट हो सकता है, प्लेसमेंट विद द फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर्स. पब्लिक इशू, पब्लिक प्लेसमेंट में सिर्फ डोमेस्टिक होता है. इज दैट आल्सो करेक्ट?
Yes, ma'am.
So
It's correct.
when you are going for an IPO, you're going for your own for the domestic investors. Although via IDRs, Indian Depository Receipts, foreign investors can also take exposure in Indian listed companies, but they cannot really participate in an IPO. So IPO is always meant for the domestic public, while private placement can also take place for foreign investors.
So this IDRs, these are not primary market?
No.
Yes.
These are so Indian depository receipts, when they are sold on primary market in the foreign country, but these are not IPOs, right?
Yeah.
Already issued securities on an Indian stock exchange is being sold off to a foreign investor.
So how is it that, I mean, like already sold security, I mean, units in the Indian market? I mean, you take it from the public and then sell it? I mean, you buy it back or what? Why do you say it's already sold?
So usually क्या होता है कि depository, there is this foreign depository, मतलब जिस कंट्री में आप शेयर्स का यूनिट सेल करना चाह रहे हो, उसका फॉरेन डिपॉजिटरी बैंक विल होल्ड दो शेयर्स. इस बैंक के नाम पे वो शेयर्स होते हैं और वो शेयर्स फिर आईडीआर के फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट होते हैं, दैट आर देन सोल्ड टू दी फॉरेन कंट्री इन्वेस्टर्स, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स. सो उन शेयर्स का जो कस्टोडियन होता है वो ये फॉरेन डिपॉजिटरी बैंक होता है. तो these shares were first held by the promoters, it may be see, all the shares are not traded in the market. There are many shares that are closed for trading, that are with the promoters or strategic partners, government, employees. इन सबके पास भी ऐसे शेयर्स होते हैं जो मार्केट में ट्रेड नहीं हो रहे होते, लेकिन दे कैन सेल इट इन द मार्केट इफ दे वांट टू. तो उन्हीं का ही शेयर.
Not a fresh issuance. It's not a fresh issuance.
Yeah, it's not a fresh issue.
These are existing outstanding shares which are now being extended to the foreign people. Okay.
Right. So,
then why it is a part of primary market?
What is a part of primary market?
Private placement.
Private placement. If private placement is when you're raising funds by placing securities privately. अगर आप शेयर बेच के फंड ले रहे हो तो वो प्राइमरी मार्केट ही है. उसके बाद वो सिक्योरिटी को जो जिस भी इन्वेस्टर ने वो सिक्योरिटी खरीदी वो किसी और को बेचता है, देन सेकंड बायर थर्ड बायर को बेचता है, दैट कम्स इनटू सेकेंडरी मार्केट. प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट इज the difference between public and private placement is just that ki this public placement is available for retail investors, private placement is only available for institutional investors or accredited investors, HNIs, or selected number of institutional sophisticated investors, the ones who know what they are investing into. They have bandwidth to understand the risk return characteristic of the security. Any which ways, whenever the security, whatever kind of security, whether equity security, debt security, hybrid security, structured finance, कोई भी security जब पहली बार किसी को बिकेगी तो वो प्राइमरी मार्केट में आएगी. अब चाहे वो जनरल पब्लिक को बिके या वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर को बिके. अंडरस्टूड?
Okay.
So capital markets done, equity market, debt market, equity market done, equity market, we have primary, secondary, and then we also have derivative market. Derivative market also gets classified as capital market, although one can enter and exit the position the same day, but it is always considered as a part of capital market. ऐसे नीड नहीं है बहुत ज्यादा हमें डेरिवेटिव्स डिस्कस करने की, बट करना है तो आई कैन डू इट, ऑल्दो यू गाइस हैव ऑलरेडी स्टडीड डेरिवेटिव्स बिफोर. We know what futures options are.
Yeah, we know.
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है, डेट मार्केट में we have corporate debt, treasury bonds, municipal bonds, public sector undertaking, PSU bonds, all those fixed income securities get classified under, long-term fixed income securities gets classified under debt market. Money market is the market meant for short-term instruments. Mostly this market is wholesale fund market, जिसका एक्सेस क्या रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को होता है, रिटेल डिपॉजिटर्स को होता है.
Ma'am, could you repeat your question?
Now
question is that whether you and I can participate in money market instruments.
No, ma'am. These are meant for interbank lendings and
no.
corporate.
There is a retail direct now, RBI direct, by which you can invest in money market instruments. You can buy a 91-day
RBI direct
T-bill.
meant for money market instruments. I read about RBI direct.
Yeah, it's a 90. I mean, RBI direct is only a platform. You can buy a 91-day T-bill from it.
And do we can we also sell this T-bill whenever we want to, or do we need to hold it till maturity?
Good question. I don't know that. I don't know the answer yet.
And we can sell.
Money market is something, an instrument which can be liquidated anytime without much loss of value. Right? It deals in such instruments. Short-term instrument, something that is equivalent to cash. कि आप जब बेचना चाहो बेच दो. So any which ways, अगर 1 year से कम है तो money market instrument ही.
My understanding is through RBI direct you participate in the auction. RBI auction. So I'm assuming that auction gives both the options. You can buy as well as sell.
Or ये auction, does it take place every week?
Yeah.
ठीक है. और there's another way we can have an exposure in money market instruments, that is via mutual funds. There are money market mutual funds or funds that also get invested into money market instruments.
Right.
But majorly this market is meant for banks and companies out there, where they are meeting their funding gaps, and any requirement for short-term basis is being complied by. There are treasury bills, call money market, notice money market, commercial bill, commercial paper, CODs, term money. ये सब आप अपने FMI में पढ़ चुके होंगे, financial market institutions में. यहाँ पढ़ने की इतनी जरूरत नहीं है. We just need to know that such things exist. Certificate of deposit, term money. Shall I move to financial instruments now?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you put currency markets? Where do you put currency markets in this map?
So currency market would be अगर तो cash market
derivative. Okay.
Foreign exchange
futures
market.
है तो derivative. Futures है तो derivative. और अगर कैश मार्केट में डील कर रहे हो तो वो फॉरेक्स मार्केट बोलते हैं उसको. ऐसे मतलब कैपिटल मार्केट या मनी मार्केट नहीं है, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट बोरोइंग और लेंडिंग एनीथिंग. यू आर जस्ट बाइंग अ प्रोडक्ट. यू आर बाइंग डॉलर फॉर रुपी. So if it is being done on forex, if it is being done on an instant basis, कि immediate basis में मेरे को delivery चाहिए, मैं रुपी दे के डॉलर ले रही हूँ या येन ले रही हूँ, तो वो forex market है. और अगर यही चीज मैं futures में डील कर रही हूँ, options में डील कर रही हूँ, swaps में डील कर रही हूँ, तो वो derivatives है.
Yeah. So my question is where should I place forex markets, like commodity markets in this whole map?
Currency market. Currency market is different from or separate from commodity market.
Yeah, so I'm saying such kind of markets, they will fall under where, in this map.
देखो ये कैपिटल मनी में तो कहीं भी नहीं आएगा. इट कैन बी एक्सटेंडेड एज अ डिफरेंट आर्म विच इज, अब देखो मार्केट में when we are talking money being bought and sold, so when currency is being money being bought and sold would mean that money is being borrowed and lent, right? अगर मैं मनी बाय कर रही हूँ तो कोई लेंड कर रहा है, और अगर मैं मनी सेल कर रही हूँ तो कोई बोरो कर रहा है. तो वैसा कुछ होगा तो वो हमेशा यही आएगा करेंसी का. तो क्योंकि मैं मनी बोरो करेंसी के लिए, इफ आई लाइक लॉन्ग डॉलर्स फॉर फ्यूचर्स, only then I am borrowing money.
बट अगर हम करेंसी को एज अ कमोडिटी ट्रेड कर रहे हैं इंस्टेंटली, देन it is called currency market or forex market. Are these two terms interchangeable? Currency
is.
market and foreign
Yeah,
exchange market.
forex market,
Yeah.
currency market एक ही चीज है.
अच्छा,
Yeah, same.
तो
But I can't seem to classify this under capital, money, equity, debt, nowhere.
True.
The only where it can come is when I am doing currency futures, currency options, currency swaps. अगर मैं सिर्फ currency buy कर रही हूँ रुपी देके, तो मेरे लिए एक product हो गया.
Yeah. I mean, see, that is where, then probably, it is a derivative market, because, I mean, you're doing, most of the time you do trading only in the forex market. You take forward contracts and, I mean, I don't know, I might be wrong completely, but, even if we talk about, keep forex market as a special case, what about commodity markets? There you are buying, selling commodity. Will that be part
commodity commodity market is as per my knowledge, commodity market जो यूज होती है वो सिर्फ एक hedging के लिए होती है. इन केस commodity market में हम एग्जांपल लेते हैं कॉटन का. कॉटन हम commodity market में तब परचेज करते हैं जब हमें फ्यूचर में एक क्वांटिटी लेनी होती है, बट हमें प्राइस करंट प्राइस पे ही प्रोडक्ट चाहिए होता है. इट इज यूज्ड फॉर hedging, not for investment.
Hedging is definitely it is done, but I mean, if you look at bullion market, the large, there's a lot of noise actually. Yeah, so there are bullion market. I mean, like they would buy gold from a commodity market and they can take a delivery of it. It's not that it is used only for hedging. You can take a delivery.
You can take a delivery, but currently अगर इस सिनेरियो में बात करें वो मार्केट डिफरेंट है. अगर हम अपनी इस सिनेरियो में बात करें तो हमारा
so that is the question. Is it part of Indian financial
या
system or not?
commodity या करेंसी पे पोजीशन लेते हैं तो वो डेरिवेटिव्स में ही तो लेते हैं. मतलब या तो मैं फ्यूचर्स में परचेज कर रही हूँ, I can take the delivery.
I can do spot also. I can do spot also.
Yes, you can do short, but
No,
if,
not
for
short.
example,
I'm saying spot market.
Spot. He means spot. But आपने अगर spot किया तो फिर वो financial का कुछ उसमें contribution नहीं रहा ना.
There's a
So
fee.
it's like a
Somebody
normal
gets a
buy and
fee for
sell.
that. There's a fee which is there. Somebody gets a fee. Somebody makes a profit out of it. So, I mean, ideally they should be part of Indian financial systems, right?
It's financial market and commodity market, तो थोड़ा सा तो difference है ना दोनों के बीच में.
Right. So let's close this discussion. इसमें what I feel is that even if we are trading commodity, bullion, currency on spot market, you mean on an exchange? Is that what you mean? Like how we do it on the stock?
So my understanding is on the commodity exchange, which is COMEX, you can buy gold and you can take a delivery of it.
Right, so that will be a different arm of financial market altogether. It cannot be classified as capital, although of course you can buy gold, take delivery, then sell gold, earn a profit. That's true for any asset out there. if you're doing a real estate, तो real estate market भी तो है ना, उस पे भी तो
See,
profit
see,
बनाते हैं.
yeah, so maybe,
REITs है,
because it
real
is
estate
a
investment trusted. That is
right.
you're buying, you're
So,
leveraging on the or capitalizing on the price
right.
movement of real estate.
So from that perspective, since it's another asset class, it could be that, it comes at the capital markets, equity, debt, and then probably, commodity and real estate or whatever.
Okay. So gold securities, although if you're taking the delivery, how come it is not a financial security anymore? I mean, I am failing to understand that, but okay. If you're taking the delivery of a commodity or gold, then it's no more a security, financial security. It's not a claim. You already have the asset.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a contract and I'll only get it after 3 days, 2 days, whatever, right? T+1 or T+2, whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to understand whether is it part of Indian financial system or not. And, I mean, it is just another asset class, whether I buy gold as an ETF or whether I buy a gold as a commodity. I mean, will it still come under Indian financial system or not? I think that's where my doubt is.
So gold as an ETF definitely comes under the financial system. Gold as a commodity, gold is a huge part of reserve for any central bank or for a country. I mean, of course, gold to itna valuable commodity hai ki it becomes part of financial system by default.
Okay.
If somebody is invested into gold from investment purpose, it is part of financial system. अब वो चाहे gold bonds के through है या फिर you gold के bricks and you are capitalizing on price movement. I mean, yeah, not very sure, but जो भी है.
Got you.
Coming to financial instruments, we have primary and secondary. Primary instruments and secondary. Instruments में primary, secondary क्या है? Any instrument can be primary or secondary. We have money market instruments and capital market instruments. So capital market instruments would be equity and debt securities, and money market instruments would be T-bills, CDs, commercial bills, commercial papers, call money, notice money, certificate of deposits. Mutual fund units is correct, is a secondary security. Financial services, as we'll take up each of these in the unit 5th and 6th. We have factoring, forfeiting, credit rating, merchant banking, leasing, hire purchase, portfolio management, underwriting. All of these comes under financial services, and there are many more. Coming to unit 2, the 4 major topics that we have to cover in this unit is what is merchant banking and what are various functions of a merchant banker. What is the role of merchant banker in placement of securities? The book building process of IPO and green shoe option, and how a merchant banker exercises a green shoe option. Right. So these are the 4 broad topics that needs to be covered under this unit. Shall I start with first one?
Yeah.
So what is your understanding of merchant banking? We've already covered it in the class. What does merchant bankers do?
Merchant bankers have several different roles. उनका एक तो I think there were 2 classifications to merchant bankers.
So they help, to raise I mean,
So one
for
is
issuance of
fundraising
securities.
services and the second
Yeah,
one is advisory services.
yeah,
Or इसके
fundraising and
under
advice.
there are further classifications of services. तो fundraising services में IPO आता है, qualified institutional placement आता है, preferential allotment आता है, all these things. And advisory service में export credit financing आता है, project financing आता है, mergers and acquisition के during advisory services होती हैं. So all these things come under merchant banking.
Okay. What else? What else? Is there anything to add to it?
They also do bill discountings and export. I
May
don't.
or may not carry out such services. ठीक है.
हाँ.
ठीक है. Anything else?
So they do all
If
these
corporates
underwriting
require any other
for
kind of
primary issuance.
financial advisory, then they also take care of that.
Wealth
Okay, Atul.
management. I was saying wealth management services they do.
Hmm.
They
Then
do underwriting for issuances, for IPOs and all. And then, they do all this securitization.
Correct. Right. So, merchant banking is a specialized form of banking that is, of course, providing services to corporations, to HNIs, to governments. Majority of it, there's no personal banking with merchant banking. It is a consultant to companies, problem statements, any kind of problem they can they can ask merchant bankers to give a solution to their investment decisions, their financing decisions, their dividend decisions, corporate restructuring decisions. Merchant banking helps them understand the market trends, the industry trends, and help them identify good investment opportunities. All of that, every kind of consultancy can be a function of a merchant bank. Another very important function is the fundraising, assistance in fundraising. It helps corporates to raise funds by placing structured finance or placing securities in the markets, either via public placement or private placement. Bring institutional investors on board, help market company securities to the general public and to the institutional investors, help in making of securities that are palatable to the taste of investors. ऐसी securities बनाते हैं जो investors को उनके risk return objectives को fulfill करती है, so that they can easily sell them and company can also raise funds at a cheaper rate. So every aspect of fundraising is can be taken up by merchant banking, from getting a security prepared to compliances to marketing to allocating and all of that. Right, we'll talk about it more in the issue management part. So fundraising would be very important function of merchant banking. And of course, when they are raising fund by placing securities, they are also providing an underwriting function. Underwriting function is
if the securities are not subscribed for, then the underwriters buy those securities.
right. So they are the ones who are going to buy the securities if not sold in the market. Or underwriting arrangement would mean that merchant banker would assure that all the securities are placed and sold. Even if there is lesser demand for the securities, merchant banker will have to end up buy the security at the issue price and then sell it at a lower price, and then they might have to assume the risk of capital loss. So if the demand is good, then underwriting is not a problem. But if it is not sufficient, then they may have to incur a loss. So underwriting function comes in conjunction with the assistance in fundraising. The lead book runner, which is the merchant banker, have to underwrite with other co-underwriters, with other book runners, other merchant bankers. So it is again the duty of this lead merchant banker, when they are placing the securities or they are working on fundraising of a company, they bring on board the co-merchant bankers, the co-bankers that are going to help co-underwrite the issue. Because issue size is so big that assuming the entire risk by one merchant bank can be really problematic in time when they are not able to sell it. It can really lead to huge capital losses. Coming to other functions, yes, they help in facilitating and getting the merger acquisition deals done. They help in negotiation, they help in valuation of target companies. A target company will hire a merchant banker for itself, the acquirer company will hire a merchant banker for itself, and then they're both going to value the target company and negotiate the price and get the compliances done. So assistance in merger acquisition. Corporate restructuring, help in corporate restructuring. Then somebody mentioned that they also perform the wealth management function or portfolio management function of a company, wealth management function for HNIs, estate planning for HNIs. Then loan syndication also. When company needs a huge loan, they are interested in securing loan and the loan is very big in size, merchant bankers can help arrange banks that can co-write the loan. Right, and again for all of this they can charge a fee. Leasing function also. What is leasing?
I mean, where the
Leasing
asset
an
is.
asset. Yeah. Go ahead, Atul.
No, no, it's okay. I mean, I was just saying where, you give a asset to a leasee for his use, and, there could be various types of arrangements, but, where this is essentially, without owning an asset,
The
one
company
can
can
use
rent
the asset. Yeah, right,
the asset, can use it
exactly.
against the payment of lease rentals. Right.
Right.
So leasing services, somebody also mentioned factoring services भी provide कर सकता है. So that depends
Yeah.
upon bank to merchant, bank to bank.
So,
There may be
so here when
specialized
they
leasing banks, and then
when they provide leasing service, do they own those assets? I mean, they become leasers,
can you
or
repeat the
they
question?
I'm saying when they do leasing activities, does merchant bankers actually become leasers? They become the asset owners, or is it that they make those arrangements for leasing from a bank?
Anything is possible. They can become the asset owners and lease it to the
Okay.
company. That's also a possibility, and they can
Okay.
get it arranged. So, I mean, of course, they will look at their also return from their risk return perspective. If they're owning an asset, agar they fall into a higher tax bracket than the client, then owning an asset is probably more is more tax friendly, क्योंकि जो भी depreciation होगा वो कम ये charge करेगा, merchant banker अपने balance sheet में charge करेगा, which will be tax deductible. Maintenance repair होगा वो अपने balance sheet में income statement में charge करेगा. So ये tax dynamics भी देखते हैं कि client किस tax bracket में fall करता है और merchant banker किस tax bracket में fall करता है, and they would like to come at a mutually benefit situation. Right. So many services a merchant banker can perform, and majorly they are catering to companies, governments, and HNIs. Majority of the function gets subsumed in these two, which is advisory services and fundraising services. Risk management also, they're managing the portfolio, they are measuring the risk of their client, and जहाँ पे भी hedging requirements है needed है या फिर funds को hedge funds के साथ park करना है, वो सब decision merchant banker ले सकता है company का.
So even the CDS are sold by merchant bankers, the credit default swaps, or those are banks do that?
Credit default swap is more like an insurance against fixed income securities. कर तो सकते हैं, of course, बैंक भी CDS का काउंटर पार्टी बन सकता है, कोई भी बैंक. सी मर्चेंट बैंकिंग भी एक बैंक की ही आर्म है. कई बार बैंक के बैंक का कोई सेपरेट एंटिटी भी नहीं होता है. HDFC की मर्चेंट बैंकिंग HDFC ही कर रहा है, मतलब HDFC की मर्चेंट बैंकिंग सर्विसेज आर सबस्यूम्ड एंड कैरिड आउट बाय द HDFC बैंक. मेरे अकॉर्डिंग इसका कोई अलग इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक नहीं है, ऐसे ही ICICI. तो मतलब ऐसा कोई मेजर एफिलिएट होंगे या तो सेम बैंक ही होगा जो कर रहा है. तो CDS काउंटर पार्टी कोई भी बन सकता है, बैंक बन सकता है, और अगर बैंक बन सकता है तो मर्चेंट बैंक भी बन सकता है. मतलब मेरे अकॉर्डिंग इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर अ बैंक टू ओपन अ डिफरेंट subsidiary, take taking merchant banking operations.
So
If they
essentially,
can,
what
they
you're
can
saying
if they
is,
want to.
universal
yeah.
But
banking होता है ना.
regulation wise, it's not needed for them. They can be
Okay.
consultants too.
So whether it's a swap or anything, banks
Is
are.
there a question?
I was saying that as a bank, one can get into any kind of a derivative thing like swaps or anything. I mean, banks are authorized to do any kind of a derivative activity, right? I'm
So
understanding that.
I think we have discussed that. Ki on their own account, they can see on the behalf of the customer, they can take any position because it is impacting their client's account.
Okay.
But coming to their own funds and own account, there is a restriction, there's a limit to the exposure they can have. But again, although it's said that they cannot speculate, but they may as well be speculating on their own account using derivatives. तो
Yeah,
banks can
because
very well take counter position. देखो काउंटर पोजीशन वो ले सकता है डेरिवेटिव में, लेकिन जब वो लेता है तो उसको हेज भी करना है. मतलब अगर मैं, क्योंकि अगर मैं बैंक हूँ और मेरा क्लाइंट को 3 months डॉलर लॉन्ग करना है, जिसकी वजह से मुझे 3 months डॉलर शॉर्ट करना पड़ रहा है, तो मैं भी तो इंटरबैंक मार्केट में जाके अपने 3 months डॉलर को लॉन्ग करूंगी. एंड इवेंचुअली जो इंटरबैंक है वो जाके फर्दर इवेंचुअली उसको भी कोई काउंटर पार्टी मिलेगी जो 3 months डॉलर लॉन्ग करना चाहता है. सो दे आर इंटरमीडियरीज इन अ वे, and they need to keep they should keep their position hedged and risks under control.
So
Did I
understood.
answer
So
that?
point. No, I think you answered it. The point, my point was that, yeah, because when we studied derivatives and all, always it was used to be that a bank will have that counter position. I was now trying to just understand whether it is a merchant banking arm of a bank or it can be a normal bank itself. I mean, you don't need to differentiate.
Both is possible.
Yeah, fine, got you.
ठीक है. So this was about merchant banking. Now, role of merchant bankers in issue management. So we understand issue of securities, issuance of securities.
Yeah.
So what kind of functions there are when a company wishes to raise funds? अगर एक कंपनी को आईपीओ लाना है तो क्या क्या करना पड़ता है? Everybody please participate. This is a revision class. I don't want like only a few of us speaking. So when
I am able to recall some steps, but they might not be in the right sequence. So definitely they have to hire merchant bankers, right? They have
there's
to
some
get
internet
their,
issues at my end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Wait a minute, let me fix my internet.
Okay, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
mhm. Somebody was saying.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So, as merchant bankers need to perform end-to-end issue functions, pre-issue, issue management, and post-issue. The whole administration is taken up by merchant bankers. So pre-issue functions would be, first of all, when to raise funds. It is merchant bankers analyze the timing of entry in the market. Uh, then what kind of security they wish to float. I mean, if it's a debt security or a hybrid security, it's another kind of financially engineered security that investor wishes to, sorry, company wishes to raise funds from, or is it a normal equity stake that they want to sell? And even if it's an equity stake, then with merchant banker doing its own due diligence, they will decide the price band for the security, the amount that needs to be raised or should be raised. So timing of the IPO, the pricing of issue is taken up, and they of course sign an underwriting agreement with the company. Prospectus of the issue is prepared by the merchant banker. Then merchant banker is to appoint the brokers and bankers to the issue. You need brokers to, why a stockbroker needs to get appointed in case of IPOs?
Because they are going to
To bring
bring
their
in
clients.
retail investors.
Right. So they are going to receive the applications from the retail investors
Right.
and submit those applications with the issuers. And also, uh, also inserting those information, those applications on the trading terminals, so that it appears on the NSE website. So broker to the issue हो गया, banker to the issue क्यों चाहिए?
For accepting the payment.
Because all those funds need to be stored somewhere.
So yeah, that would be one banker, main banker doing that. Now, all the funds that are received again application are going into that bank account. But then
ASBA
also there
services.
are other bankers to issue.
I think for ASBA services and all, you need
Yes,
banks.
correct. ASBA, ASBA, which is applications supported by blocked amount. So the bankers to issues will also known as SCSBs, will also be known as SCSBs, which are self-certified syndicate banks. And every SCSB can receive application against IPO from retail investors, in which case they do not, so in which case the amount, application money gets blocked in the bank account itself. And once the allotment is done, if the investor is allotted the securities, that amount is transferred to the issuer bank's account. And if the investor is not allotted any security, the amount is unfreezed. So that is application supported by blocked amount, where the amount in account gets blocked. The investor cannot use that amount for any other need till the time allotment is decided by the company, by the merchant banker and issuer. Right. So there are brokers to issue and banker to issue, and both receive application from the retail investors, and they need to update, company update issuer about the applications received, so that a final price can be arrived at. Final price of the IPO can be arrived at. Understood?
So you mentioned that the timing is decided by the merchant banker. I mean, the company doesn't decide when they want to come up with their issue.
So, of course, when the company needs money is when they would ask merchant banker to arrange for it. But exactly when is the right time to enter? I mean, is the market supportive? जैसे अब 2021 में बहुत IPOs आए, everybody was exuberant about the economy and was ready to invest in any other IPO coming. Yeah, in the consecutive years also, but then there are certain years or certain time in the market which is very bearish, and people are more panicking or people are not very exuberant about investing in the stocks. तो उस केस में आईपीओ मार्केट भी ठंडी हो जाती है. Then there's no point in coming up with an IPO at that time when the investors are not ready to invest in issues. तो बहुत there are times, कभी market बहुत hot होती है, कभी market cold होती है. So merchant banker will navigate exactly when to bring the IPO. 3-day window तो है, but again market sentiments changes every day because of one or the other change in the macro economy. तो थोड़ा बहुत तो ऊपर नीचे पुश हो सकता है, और उतने से ही बहुत फर्क पड़ जाता है. Number of times the IPO gets subscribed actually gets affected with the market sentiments. Market बहुत bullish है, सब कुछ inflation levels अच्छे हैं, economy अच्छे is in a growth phase, everybody has income or income levels rise करे या जो भी, when everything is positive around market, that is when IPO can be a really good success. But when there are negative things happening, Russia Ukraine war, एकदम से कुछ ऐसी news आ जाती है, people just take money out of the market. So वो hot money होती है जो FIIs, FPIs की होती है, जो बहुत ज्यादा move करती है, जिसकी वजह से market move कर जाती है. So merchant bankers should navigate कि exactly कब आना है.
Got you. Yeah.
All right. So all the due diligence compliances, and apart from all the compliances that you need to submit a prospectus to SEBI, you need to get in agreement with a national stock exchange or a Bombay stock exchange, which any nationalized stock exchange, one or more. Apart from that, the merchant banker also has to market the issue. Market the issue to all, to QIBs, institutional investors, to retail investors, getting the IPO news published in the national newspaper, all of that is taken up by merchant bankers. Conducting road shows, even before the retail investors are aware about an IPO coming, these merchant bankers make the institutional investors aware that this company is coming with an IPO, and they talk about their financials because they need to get anchor investors on board. Do we know what anchor investors are?
Yeah. The initial, people, who are allotted these things before the issue itself.
Yes, pre-issue buyers of
Pre-issue buyers, yeah.
Of the IPO, and जो anchor investors जितना भी purchase करते हैं, जितना भी buy करते हैं, that amount is blocked for a month. 30-day lock-in रहता है, and they cannot liquidate their stake within 30 days. और I think 30-day बाद भी उनका शायद 50% ही available होता है liquidate करने के लिए, और rest 50% उसके अगले 30 days बाद होता है. Because of course anchor investors are institutional investors and they have a huge amount invested in the stock, and if they pull that amount abruptly, a large amount abruptly, it can really be a loss-worthy situation for retail investors. It will, of course, affect the price of the stock very considerably. So coming to marketing, merchant bankers market the issue. They conduct road shows. They bring anchor investors on board. File a draft red herring prospectus with SEBI. Anybody saying?
मैम PDF शो हो रही है आप? PPT start करा क्या?
PDF is not there.
Oh, is it not being presented?
Yeah, it's not being shared yet.
Sorry. I have been just annotating on this.
Ma'am, could we take a longer break at some point? I mean, not too long, probably a 15, 20 minutes break, if it's okay with you, at any point you like.
Yeah, let's complete this unit 2, and then
Okay.
let's take a half an hour break, okay?
Half an hour break. All right. Okay, no worries.
1 hour लेना है तो 1 hour भी ले सकते हैं, but I think half an hour के बाद
No,
we'll
I
have 3
was
units.
I was suggesting an even shorter break. I thought like
अच्छा
15-20 minutes would be good, but half an hour is also good. Yeah.
नहीं, let's take a half an hour break after we complete this second unit.
Okay.
So ये तो हो गए pre-issue functions that a merchant banker perform. Then once the issue is live, once the issue is live, of course they are receiving applications, they are analyzing applications, they are looking at कि किस price point पे कितनी applications आ रही हैं, and then they have to decide the cut-off price on the basis of the application received against all the price points. वो cut-off price decide करते हैं. उसके बाद once the cut-off price is decided, every applicant or not every applicant, because if the issue is oversubscribed, not every applicant will receive the allotment, will receive the shares. So once the cutoff price is decided, merchant banker has to decide the allotment criteria. Post issue functions पे हम आते हैं, but let's first discuss what is book building process.
Book building process decides the initial price range of the IPO.
No, it's just not
No, no.
deciding the price band. Price band decision is taken by
Already
the
taken.
issuer and the merchant banker, and they have to justify it on the basis of their numbers, on the basis of P ratio and many other factors, many other ratios. But price band तो वो decide कर लेते. Book building is where the price is discovered,
Right.
where
Where
the
you
actual
take the
price
bid.
is discovered.
Oh,
take the bid.
after the issue is closed. Okay, I got it.
No,
I'm sorry, I got confused.
During the issue, people bid for it. That's the book
Yes.
building process, right? Where
Okay.
Right.
based on where your bids are, you decide the price of the issue.
Right. So during the issue is when the book is being built, where the quantum of securities and price of securities to be issued will be decided on the basis of bids received, and market is assessed about whether the shares are in demand or not. The demand is assessed and demand is elicited. Demand is being built also. डिमांड क्रिएट भी करते हैं, डिमांड असेस भी करते हैं, उस बेसिस पे फर्दर प्राइस फाइनली जब इशू क्लोज हो जाता है तो प्राइस डिसाइड होता है. सो प्राइस बैंड इज ऑलरेडी नोन. Issue window, how long is the issue window?
I think it's 3 days.
It is 3 days. And price band can be revised upward or downward, true, false?
That was my question also, whether you can revise the band once
Yes.
you can. So if it is an
We can.
oversubscription, you can revise the band.
ओनली ड्यूरिंग दैट विंडो. ऐसा नहीं है कि विंडो क्लोज हो गई उसके बाद फिर से आईपीओ स्टार्ट होगा. उसी विंडो में अगर आपको लगता है कि द डिमांड इज रियली हाई एंड यू शुड रिवाइज योर प्राइस अपवर्ड, द इशूअर एंड मर्चेंट बैंकर कैन डिसाइड टू डू सो, इन विच केस इफ they do revise the price, they'll have to of course float the information across all national daily newspapers, and then they'll have to expand the issue window also. At least by 3 days.
Okay. And they can even change the lower band as well.
Yeah, it can.
Okay.
Lower downward revision भी हो सकता है, upward revision भी हो सकता है. Moving band concept बोलते हैं इसको.
Okay.
और
Okay.
in case they do, they'll have to expand the window size by 3 days to a maximum of 10 days. Window size cannot extend beyond 10 days.
Okay.
Right. So ये हो गया issue window, price revision, time window done. Allotment norms. Okay, so once the cutoff price is decided, what are the allotment norms that merchant banker has to consider?
Those who are
Proportional,
ready to pay the
proportional.
highest price, they get the shares allotted, or it is done in like a
No,
Yeah, of
ratio
course.
way.
अगर आपने
Anybody till cutoff
cutoff,
price will get it, right?
anybody above or at
Proportional.
cutoff price will get it.
Proportional basis.
But question here is across the three broad investor categories, we have three categories. We have institutional investors, also institutional investors, retail investors, and non-institutional investors, HNIs, high net worth investors. IPO के लिए HNI कौन होता है?
High net worth individuals.
नहीं, IPO के लिए HNI की
The
क्या
angel
definition?
ma'am, angel
Anybody
investors
more
को
than
भी
2
HNI
lakh,
बोलते
more than
Correct.
2 lakh,
Anybody more than 2 lakh.
investing more
कोई
than
भी
2 lakh.
एप्लीकेशन अगर 2 लाख से ज्यादा की है तो वो HNI में क्लासिफाई हो जाएगी एप्लीकेशन, या वो एप्लीकेंट HNI में क्लासिफाई हो जाएगा. राइट. सो ये तीन कैटेगरीज हैं इन्वेस्टर्स की, जिसमें अलॉटमेंट जितना भी शेयर सिक्योरिटीज प्लेस होनी है उसमें से एटलीस्ट 15%, नहीं एटलीस्ट 10%, एटलीस्ट 10%, एटलीस्ट 15%. One second, let me just confirm it.
Minimum
Sorry, my bad.
35% to retail, right?
Yes. My bad. So retail investors, at least 35% of the securities get issued to retail investors, at least 15% gets issued to NIIs or HNIs, and at most, कितना हो गया? 50%.
50%, yeah, 50% QIB.
At most 50% goes to institutional investors. Or
ma'am, this division is prescribed by SEBI.
yes.
Okay.
थोड़ा ठीक से लिख देती हूँ इसको, RI, HNI and II. और एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स भी इसी इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर कैटेगरी में फॉल करेंगे. पूरे लॉट का 30% goes to anchor investors, which means institutional investor की कैटेगरी के लॉट का 60% goes to anchor investor. So out of all the securities issued, 30% of the securities are placed with anchor investors. ठीक है? Allotment norms. And whole of this process of discovering the cutoff price, then deciding the allotment criteria, क्योंकि RI में भी अगर oversubscribed है तो you cannot allot to everybody. You either draw by lots or you do it on pro rata basis. There can be various ways that a issuer and merchant banker can decide to use to deploy to allot to retail investors. So that criteria is to be decided by the merchant banker and allotment has to be done. Once the allotment is done, post-issue merchant banker function would be refund to in case of oversubscription, transferring money to actual issuer bank account,
But now there is no
assuring
refund,
that
right?
all the securities are dematerialized.
With ASPA, there is no refund, right? I mean, it's just now releasing the amount, right? Releasing
In
the whole.
ASBA, there is no refund, yes.
Yeah,
There's only releasing the amount, correct. In that case, there will be receiving of money for the ones who have been allotted IPO.
Right.
Allotted a lot. वैसे एक लॉट का यूजुअली क्या वैल्यू रहता है? 15,000 के आसपास. ठीक है. Anchor investors we have discussed. Last topic of this unit, green shoe option. Again, why we need to talk about GSO, because this option is also performed by merchant banker during issue management only. You heard of this? I think you must have read it in your FMI, फाइनेंशियल मार्केट्स इंस्टीट्यूशन में बुक बिल्डिंग तो किया ही होगा, उसमें जीएसओ भी किया होगा.
I cannot recall
Yeah, I don't
exactly.
think so. I don't think so.
नहीं
Yeah.
किया. ओके ओके ठीक है, चलो. जीएसओ ऑप्शन इज आल्सो नोन एज ओवर अलॉटमेंट ऑप्शन. This option is available for merchant bankers for carrying out price stability post for carrying out price stability. क्या मतलब है? Let me explain. Let's say अगर 1 crore securities place होनी थी with the investors. Merchant banker has the right to, अगर merchant banker agreement में GSO option available है, then merchant banker has right to place 15% additional securities in the market. And these 15% additional securities is the securities borrowed from pre-issue owners. मतलब जो भी founders हो गए, promoters हो गए, they lend it to the merchant banker and merchant banker sells it in the market. 15% additional allot कर दिया. अभी क्यों किया है?
So what do you mean by borrowed from promoters? Even that 1 crore is with promoter only, right?
No.
Or not necessarily.
1 करोड़
they could be
जो सिक्योरिटीज प्लेस हो रही है, ये तो
fresh है.
मतलब आईपीओ है, इशू साइज है, जो पैसा मिलेगा कंपनी को. ठीक है, शेयर्स मिलेंगे इन्वेस्टर्स को, और इक्विटी शेयर्स मिलेंगे इन्वेस्टर्स को, और इन्वेस्टर का पैसा आएगा कंपनी के पास. जो 15% एडिशनल सिक्योरिटीज इशू हो रही है ना, ये सिक्योरिटीज प्रमोटर से बोरो करके, ये प्रमोटर के शेयर्स हैं जो बोरो किए हैं मर्चेंट बैंकर ने और इशू कर दिए हैं, सेल कर दिए हैं मार्केट में.
So can I assume that this 1 crore is new shares?
Yes.
But there is already existing shares which are with promoters. Correct. Or maybe some privately placed firms or investors. So those I mean over and above this 1 crore shares are coming in the market now.
Correct.
Okay.
तो ये 1 crore तो फ्रेश इशू है, और ये 15% के शेयर जो अलॉट तो फ्रेश इशू में ही, लेकिन इट इज अभी ये फ्रेश इशू या नए डीमैट फॉर्म में शेयर्स बना नहीं रहे इसको, ये सिर्फ बोरो करके मार्केट में ऑफलोड कर रहे हैं. मतलब 1 करोड़ तो नए डीमैट फॉर्म के शेयर्स इशू कर दिए मार्केट में, और ये 15% जो ओवर एंड अबव 1 करोड़ प्लेसमेंट हो रही है सिक्योरिटीज की, उसकी अभी डीमैट फॉर्म में सिक्योरिटीज क्रिएट नहीं की है. वो अभी एक ऑप्शन की तरह अवेलेबल है मर्चेंट बैंकर को. अब मर्चेंट बैंकर चाहे तो विद इन 30 डेज ये जो एडिशनल शेयर्स मार्केट में ऑफलोड किए थे, 1 करोड़ का 15% हो गया 15 लाख. सही बोल रही हूँ क्या मैं कि 15,000?
15% would be 15 lakh ना.
हाँ, 15 लाख शेयर्स एडिशनल जो मार्केट में ऑफलोड किए हुए हैं, वो विद इन 30 डेज. इस 30 डेज को बोलेंगे हम स्टेबिलाईजेशन पीरियड. विद इन 30 डेज कभी भी मर्चेंट बैंकर इन 15 इतने शेयर्स को मार्केट से बायबैक कर सकता है, और बायबैक करने के बाद जिससे भी बोरो किए थे प्रमोटर को वापस कर सकता है. Buyback from market and return to promoter. Now, why would a merchant banker and when would a merchant banker do that? मार्केट में अगर प्राइस जैसे ही इशू ओपन हुआ और मार्केट में सिक्योरिटी का प्राइस फ्री फॉल पे चला गया या फॉल होने लग गया, गिरने लग गया, तो मर्चेंट बैंकर इतने शेयर्स को मार्केट से इन लॉट्स या इन टोटल इन लमसम बाय करके प्राइस को सपोर्ट दे सकता है, प्राइस को स्टेबिलिटी दे सकता है, प्राइस को फिर से ऊपर ला सकता है. सो अगर मार्केट में कुछ सेंटिमेंटल इशू या वॉट एवर लोगों ने लिस्टिंग गेन्स लेके दे फ्लू अवे, ऑल द इन्वेस्टर्स, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर्स, बहुत प्राइस ऊपर गया, लिस्टिंग गेन लिया और उसके बाद प्राइस एकदम फ्री फॉल में आ गया, नीचे गिरने लग गया, तो कंपनी के पास, मर्चेंट बैंकर के पास ऑप्शन है कि ये जो एडिशनल शेयर्स अलॉट किए थे, मतलब एडिशनल शेयर्स जितने तक के शेयर्स, वो मार्केट से बाय बैक कर सकते हैं. और जब वो इतने सारे शेयर्स 15% ऑफ द साइज जब बाय बैक करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली प्राइस विल कम अप, राइट. सो buyback happens when merchant banker feels that the price has gone below their expectations and they need to give support to the price, in which case they can. So this gives an additional protection to the retail investors कि अगर एकदम से बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स ने पुल आउट किया अपना पैसा, तो रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए एक एडिशनल प्रोटेक्शन हो सकता है, क्योंकि उस केस में मर्चेंट बैंकर कैन बाय बैक अ ह्यूज सम ऑफ शेयर्स इन द फ्रॉम द मार्केट. एंड इन केस जब कंपनी बाय बैक करती है तो प्राइस तो ऊपर जाता ही है, बिकॉज सप्लाई कम होती है. But that is when the price goes down and merchant banker feels the need to buy from the market. What if the price does not go down? प्राइस नीचे ही नहीं जाता, प्राइस ऊपर ही रहता है, या प्राइस उनके प्राइस बैंड के विद इन रहता है एंड they don't feel the need to buy those securities back. In that case, additional securities will be issued in the market in dematerialized form and promoter will receive those securities.
Sorry, can you come again?
मतलब
If the price goes up.
So if the price keeps going up or the option is not exercised by the merchant banker, in that case, new shares are issued in demat form and are returned to the promoter. मतलब अब पुराने शेयर्स तो वापस आए नहीं, वो तो मार्केट में इन्वेस्टर्स के पास है, ट्रेडर्स के पास है, तो नए डिमैटेरियलाइज्ड फॉर्म के शेयर्स करवा के प्रमोटर के पास आएंगे.
No, but are these over and above the 1 crore shares you're talking about? Like 1 crore share has been distributed to the investors, right?
नहीं, 1 crore plus 15%, which is 15 lakh. तो टोटल मार्केट में जब अलॉटमेंट हुई तो 1.15 करोड़ शेयर्स की अलॉटमेंट हुई, ठीक है.
Okay, okay.
अब एक महीने में this merchant banker could have bought these 15 lakh shares and returned it to the promoter.
Okay.
When the price falls and they feel the need to, they can do that. And in that case, once the buyback is done, those shares will be returned to the promoter. जिनके भी वो shares थे, जिनसे भी borrow किए थे. But in case the shares are not bought from the market, new additional देखो, जब ये 1.15 करोड़ मार्केट में इशू हुए थे, इसमें सिर्फ 1 करोड़ शेयर थे जो डीमैट फॉर्म में थे, बाकी 15 लाख शेयर्स तो इन बोरोवर से प्री इशू प्रमोटर से बोरो करके मर्चेंट बैंकर ने अलॉट किए.
Right.
Now that those shares are with the market participants, market traders, new issues will be formed in the dematerialized form and given to promoters.
So when it is falling, the merchant banker sells these, buybacks this 15 lakh shares, so he makes a profit on it, right? He makes a profit because he had sold it at a issue price. Now the price is below the issue price, and he's buying them back, so he's getting a profit. So when he returns
Correct.
it to promoters, he pockets the profit with himself.
No, he gets a fee and जो general spread वो earn करता है, वो spread earn करता है. Profit उसने जब 1 second इशू प्राइस पे सेल किया और इशू प्राइस और लोअर प्राइस पे बाय किया, करेक्ट, प्रॉफिट हुआ. So there is a GSO bank account. जब वो अलॉट करता है तो लेट्स से 15 लाख शेयर्स उसने 100 पे अलॉट किए, तो 15 करोड़ उस अकाउंट में आए. जब वो बाय बैक करेगा तो वो पैसा यहीं से जाएगा, जितने पे भी बाय बैक करेगा, और जो भी पैसा यहाँ बचता है As per my knowledge, that gets into the investor protection fund.
Okay.
This is stipulated by SEBI. Whatever, this is what I know. I'll still need to confirm. Let me check what's written here. Money received from applicants against the over allotment shall be kept in GSO bank account. Bought from the market by stabilizing agent, if any, during the stabilization period, shall be credited to GSO demat account. Right. Shares lying in GSO demat account shall be returned to the promoters immediately, in any case not later than 2 working days. On expiry of stabilization period, SA does not buy, in case the SA does not buy shares, issuer company shall allot shares in dematerialized form to GSO demat account within 5 days. SA shall remit an amount equal to, this is, let's try and understand this. यहाँ तक का process सबको समझ आ गया?
So what is SA?
Stabilizing agent, the merchant banker.
Okay, merchant banker. On expiry of the stabilization period.
Okay, I think everybody, please, who all are here, are you guys listening? सब सुन
Yes,
रहे हैं?
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go through these 4 points and
Yes.
tell me if it makes sense to everybody.
Yeah. Just one basic doubt, this thing happens for these 15% shares. This thing happens only in case of over allotment or over subscription, or in normal case also these 15% shares will be also allotted.
So it depends upon the agreement between merchant banker and issuer that happens way before the issue even opens. तो ये
Okay.
ओवर अलॉटमेंट ओवर सब्सक्रिप्शन से तो कोई लेना देना नहीं है. इट इज द डिसीजन ऑफ द कंपनी and the merchant banker whether they want to have a GSO option tied to this issue or not. In case company के पास अच्छे growth prospects, opportunity है, fund investment avenues हैं, so they will be okay to have a GSO, because in that case there's a possibility that they end up with more money than they actually went out looking for. राइट
True.
अगर
Yeah.
1 करोड़ शेयर्स इशू करे या 1.15 करोड़ इशू कर दिए, बाय बैक नहीं किए, तो इस केस में ज्यादा पैसा आया. तो अगर कंपनी की नीड्स हैं, कंपनी के पास इन्वेस्टमेंट एवेन्यू है और उनको प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन चाहिए मार्केट में, एक ब्रांड मेंटेन करना है, उस केस में दे कैन गो फॉर GSO. अब जैसे मेटा वेंट फॉर GSO ऑप्शन व्हेन दे केम अप विद देयर IPO in 2012, and many companies do. So there's nothing related to whether the IPO is oversubscribed or undersubscribed. This decision is taken way before that.
No, fine. So decision is taken, but the exercise of GSO option, that is not linked anyway to oversubscription or any such thing, right?
Acha. It will be allotted, over allotted or not, right?
Yes. Yes.
नहीं, it actually depends on the demand. अगर market में demand है ज्यादा तो ही excess वो करेंगे.
Okay.
हाँ. Sorry, I didn't understand the question before. ठीक है. So everybody did, each one of you have gone through these points?
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है, तो 15% एक्सेस ऑफ द इशू साइज शेयर्स अलॉट होते हैं. वो शेयर्स बिलोंग किसको करते हैं? प्रमोटर को करते हैं. और उसके अगेंस्ट जो भी पैसा रिसीव होता है वो GSO बैंक अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर होता है. नेक्स्ट, नाउ यू रीड दीज 3 पॉइंट्स.
It's not refreshed yet.
Sorry, did
No, we
what
are
are you
still seeing
saying?
the previous slide. We are still seeing the previous slide. Yeah, now it is refreshed. Now we can see the new slide here.
Shall I move ahead?
Yeah, please.
To
The
the
next slide. Can you show the next slide?
I'm showing the next slide now. Visible है?
No, I think
No.
there's a delay. There's
I
a
can
delay.
see green show.
Now
It
we can
is.
see. Now we can see.
अच्छा, internet में lag है.
Yeah, some lag is there. Okay.
Okay. अगर ज़्यादा issue आएगा तो let me know. I'll get it fixed. अभी I believe दिख रहा है तो just go through these 3 pointers and then we discuss the last one. पहले ये पढ़ लो 3. Let me know once you're through with these first three points.
Yeah, I've read through, but some confusion.
Okay. Go ahead, ask.
Yeah. So it talks about issuer company shall allot shares in dematerialized form to the GSO demat account. I thought those 15% shares have already been allotted, right? And they've been
But they're not
allotted to
dematerialized form. They are those shares borrowed and matlab on papers. They are the borrowed ones. They are not. It's not a fresh share.
No, but I thought that 15, and that's what I had asked earlier. I think that 15 lakhs are also allotted to the investors or not. I mean, to the
They are allotted
retail
to
or
the
to
investors.
Okay, only 1 lakh share goes into the market, right? Those 15 lakhs stay with the stabilizing agent only.
So 1 crore shares was the total shares in the issue. But 15 lakh shares was an over allotment option that, let's say, stabilizing agent exercised, right? जब वो exercise कर रहा है, तो 1.5 lakh, 1.15 crore shares market में allot हुए हैं, ठीक है?
So even those 15 lakh shares went into the market, right? I mean, now
yes.
there's a owner of those 15 lakh shares as well, right?
Correct.
Some of the owners.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But out of these 1.15 crores, these 15 lakh shares are the borrowed ones. These are not available in dematerialized form till now, even after the allotment is done.
So if I got those shares, if I don't show in my demat account, then how come I
it will be ऐसे तो वो तो आपके अकाउंट में तो शो होगा ही, बट वो डिपॉजिटरी के साथ सेटिंग है कि कैसे उसको एक्सरसाइज कर रहा है कि डमी डीमैट दिखाना है और उसके मतलब वो टेक्निकलिटीज में जाओगे तो ऑफ कोर्स एवरी
understood. So you're saying that it is there for trading purpose in the account. Now the price goes down or whatever, I mean, like the third point is that's the reason I was not understanding that. I thought they've already been allotted, so why is the issuer company allotting them now?
अलॉटमेंट तो पहले ही हो गई है, अलॉटमेंट की बात नहीं हो रही है अभी। डीमटेरियलाइजेशन में एक फ्रेश स्टॉक को डीमैट करके मतलब नाउ उसका एक मतलब अकाउंट बना दिया नए शेयर्स का। जब आपने अकाउंटिंग कर दी डिपॉजिटरी के साथ तो अब मार्केट में 1 करोड़ नहीं है 1.15 करोड़ है, तो ये अकाउंटिंग में भी आ गया। तो वो आई थिंक इट इज मोर अबाउट द रिकॉर्ड एंड अकाउंटिंग पार्ट ऑफ इट। सो जो ये 15 लाख शेयर्स है अलॉट तो पहले ही हो गए। जब लेट्स से आईपीओ अलॉटमेंट हुई, ओवर सब्सक्रिप्शन थी, स्टेबलाइजिंग एजेंट वेंट ऑन अलॉटिंग 1.15 करोड़ शेयर्स। सो 15 लाख शेयर्स की अगेंस्ट अगर लेट्स से इशू प्राइस वाज 100, कट ऑफ प्राइस वाज 100, 15 lakh shares के against जो 100 rupees receive हुए, which is 15 crore, it goes into GSO bank account. This has happened on the day one of issue, of the issue has closed or the trading has begun. ठीक है, जब listing हो गई पहले ही दिन ये 15 करोड़ GSO बैंक अकाउंट में रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे। यहाँ तक क्लियर है सबको?
Yeah.
Now in the upcoming month, अब in 30 days जब से ट्रेडिंग शुरू हुई है लिस्टिंग के बाद कंपनी के शेयर्स की, in 30 days में मर्चेंट बैंकर और स्टेबलाइजिंग एजेंट इन दिस केस चाहे तो कभी भी इन 15 लाख शेयर्स को मार्केट से बाय बैक कर सकता है, 5 लाख 5 लाख 5 लाख करके, 10 लाख करके, 15 लाख, कैसे भी. Whenever
Right.
stabilizing agent feels that the market, the price has gone below the band and below what it should be, they can buy the shares from the market. ठीक है.
Right.
So let's say stabilizing agent ने 10 लाख shares buy किए पूरे 30 दिनों में at different prices. On an average जो price लगा वो 80 का लगा, which means which would means 0.8 की 8 crores. कितना हुआ? 8 crores. हाँ, 8 crores यहाँ से यूज अप हो गए. 7 crores वर्थ ऑफ शेयर्स अभी भी मार्केट में है, जिसकी वर्थ ऑफ शेयर्स नहीं, 7 crore अमाउंट अभी भी बैंक अकाउंट में पड़ा है, और 5 लाख शेयर्स अभी भी मार्केट में एडिशनली अलॉटेड है. ठीक है, 30 दिन खत्म हो गए. अब उस केस में जो ये 5 लाख शेयर्स है वो बाय बैक तो हुए नहीं, तो वो हमें डिपॉजिटरी के साथ उसकी अकाउंटिंग करनी पड़ेगी, उसे डीमटेरियलाइज फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा, और नए शेयर्स डीमटेरियलाइज फॉर्म में जो इशू हुए हैं उसको प्रमोटर को रिटर्न करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज प्रमोटर ने तो शेयर दिए ही थे.
No,
तो
but
ये
these
जो
10 lakh will go back to the promoter, right? Not the 5
10
lakh,
lakh
right?
will go back to the promoters as and
Fine.
when the shares are bought from the market.
Okay.
तो ये 10 लाख तो पहुंच गए, लेकिन
Right.
ये 5 लाख भी आफ्टर द क्लोजिंग ऑफ द स्टेबलाइजेशन विंडो, जब
हाँ.
ये विंडो बंद हो गई 1 महीने की, अब स्टेबलाइजिंग एजेंट इसे मार्केट से बाय बैक नहीं कर सकता. लेकिन
Right.
प्रमोटर के तो 15 लाख शेयर्स बोरो किए थे ना, तो उसको 5 लाख शेयर्स भी देने पड़ेंगे, और ये 5 लाख शेयर्स
So you
जैसे जीएसओ डीमैट अकाउंट का भी है कि 10 लाख शेयर्स जब बायबैक किए यहाँ है, यहाँ से ये रिटर्न हो गए, और 5 लाख शेयर्स को डीमटेरियलाइज करा के फिर रिटर्न किया प्रमोटर को.
So from where are these 5 lakh shares coming? I mean, see, that's where my confusion is, because 1.15 lakh were in the market, 10 was bought back, so 1.05 is in the market right now. Okay. These 10 which was bought back was given back to the promoter. So promoter who had given initially 15 lakhs, he has got back 10 lakhs. So at the moment, his 5 lakhs are in the market, right? Now, when we say that, the company is allotting fresh 5 lakh and giving it back to the promoter, what does this mean? Because 1.05 is already in the market.
तो जो फ्रेश अलॉटमेंट या फ्रेश डीमटेरियलाइजेशन हुई है ना, ये अलॉटमेंट प्रमोटर को नहीं हुई है, ये एडिशनल इन्वेस्टर्स को हुई है. लेट्स लुक एट टोटल नंबर ऑफ शेयर्स आउटस्टैंडिंग. मतलब अगर मेरे मार्केट में 1.15 करोड़ मैंने अलॉट किए, ठीक है, और मेरे रेस्ट ऑफ दी शेयर्स विच आर नॉट अवेलेबल फॉर ट्रेडिंग वो भी तो है मेरे पास. लेट्स से आई हैव 50 लाख सच शेयर्स. I aimed for
the company or the
1
promoter?
crore 50 lakh equity shares outstanding. Let me just complete it.
Okay.
I aimed for कि इशू के बाद मेरे बैलेंस शीट में 1 करोड़ 50 लाख दिखेगा, जिसके अगेंस्ट ये अमाउंट दिखेगा. ठीक है, 1 crore 50 lakh into 100 जो भी बोल लो. अब अगर 1 crore की जगह इवेंचुअली 1.05 crore अलॉट हो गए, तो इस केस में 1 crore 155 लाख मेरे बैलेंस शीट में दिखेगा. मतलब ये 5 लाख की एडिशनल अलॉटमेंट हो गई, एडिशनल पैसा प्रमोटर के पास आ गया, सॉरी कंपनी के पास आ गया.
राइट.
तो ये जो 5 लाख है ये मार्केट के पास ही है, उसी इन्वेस्टर के पास है, ट्रेडर के पास है.
राइट.
और ये 5 लाख शेयर जो अभी तक डिपॉजिटरी के पास अकाउंटेड नहीं थे, अब ये उनके अकाउंट में भी आ गया. नाउ फ्री फ्लोट नंबर ऑफ शेयर्स हैव इंक्रीज्ड फ्रॉम 1 crore to 1 crore 5 lakh. 1.05 crores are shares which are traded in the market. और ये जो एडिशनल 5 लाख शेयर्स डीमैट फॉर्म में हुए, वो नाउ दे विल आल्सो अपीयर ऑन द बैलेंस शीट, क्योंकि इनके अगेंस्ट 5 लाख शेयर्स के अगेंस्ट जो इशू प्राइस है 100 which is 5 crore, वो 5 crore भी कंपनी के बैलेंस शीट में दिखेगा और कंपनी को रिसीव होगा.
राइट.
जीएसओ बैंक अकाउंट में से 7 करोड़ बचा था, 7 करोड़ में से 5 करोड़ जो है वो चला जाएगा कंपनी के अकाउंट बैंक अकाउंट में, और उतने वर्थ ऑफ शेयर्स डीमटेरियलाइज फॉर्म में अवेलेबल हो जाएंगे। अब जो बाकी 2 करोड़ बचता है, दैट गोज टू द इन्वेस्टर प्रोटेक्शन फंड।
So out of this 1.05 which are in the market, right? And we have only returned out of 15 lakhs, 10 lakhs to the promoter. This 5 lakh is still not returned. How does the company return that back? That's where I'm having a confusion. How does the company, because they've got money.
Shares are brought into picture ना, नए shares बना दिए अब डीमैट फॉर्म में, और मतलब वो नए shares प्रमोटर के नाम हो गए।
Yeah, but actually, how does it happen? Like, because we have already allotted these shares to the investors, right? 1.05 has been allotted. So those outstanding shares are 1.05. Okay. Out of which, 5 lakh shares of promoters have been given to the investors, right? Now, now, if the company has to give back 5 lakh shares back to the promoter, what does it has to do? I mean, like, because they've got the money from the investor for these 5 lakh shares. I mean, your free float will still be 1.05, right? It will not come down, right? Your number of shares in the market will still remain 1.05. You're not bringing that down.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So what is it that, you are giving back to the promoter? You must be giving back only the cash only, right? Or the money only which you have received from the investors.
No, the money goes to the company. Money does not go to the promoter.
Then
5 lakh into 100, which is issue price, goes to the company.
Right. Then what does go to the promoter for this 5 lakh?
So those
See,
5 lakhs. Sorry, ma'am. Hanji.
No, I was just saying that if it is not money, then if it is a share that goes back to the promoter, which is something like,
They allot new shares. They allot new shares to the promoter.
Then, it will be 1.10 shares in the total outstanding then. Instead of 1.05,
जब प्रमोटर से लिए थे तो माइनस भी तो हुए थे ना। जब प्रमोटर से 15 लाख शेयर लिए तो टोटल नंबर ऑफ शेयर्स आउटस्टैंडिंग माइनस तो हुए, प्रमोटर से कम माइनस होके मार्केट में चले गए, राइट?
ओके।
अगर मेरे 1 करोड़ 50 लाख वर द टोटल नंबर ऑफ शेयर्स, राइट? अब मैं इस 50 लाख में से 15 लाख प्रमोटर से हटा के यहाँ देती हूँ, यहाँ हो गए 1.15, यहाँ हो गए 35। अब यहाँ से जब मैंने 10 लाख बाय कर लिए तो यहाँ बच गए 1.05, इधर आ गए 45। अब यहाँ मैंने 5 रहने दिए तो यहाँ मैंने 5 ऐड कर दिए, तो 1 करोड़ 50 तो हुआ। एडिशनल कैसे हुआ?
ओके।
जब आप प्रमोटर से दे रहे थे तो शेयर्स माइनस भी तो हुए ना, मतलब इट इज ऑल अकाउंटिंग एक्चुअली में। तो ये है तो एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिक्योरिटी ना।
गॉट यू।
ठीक है,
गॉट यू।
any question yet?
So after this whole thing is done, these shares are given back to the promoter. Total outstanding in the market will be 1.15 or it will be 1?
In the market it will be 1.05. 15 तो नहीं, 1.05। जो नहीं लिए मार्केट से, जो बायबैक नहीं किए, वो मार्केट में ही रहेंगे अवेलेबल फॉर ट्रेडिंग। तो हमारे एग्जांपल में इट इज 1.05 इन द मार्केट, एंड ऑफ कोर्स जो 50 था वो 50 था। तो अब टोटल हो गए 1 करोड़ 55।
Okay, got you. So the company just creates these additional 5 lakh shares and give it back to, which is, as you're saying, it's a purely accounting thing. It is nothing that any share capital is impacted due to it. They're just
share
accounting
capital
that
impact होता है। आपने 1 करोड़ शेयर्स अलॉट करने थे, आपने 1.05 कर दिए इवेंचुअली, तो 5 लाख शेयर के अगेंस्ट जो पैसा आया वो तो शेयर कैपिटल में रिफ्लेक्ट होगा ही।
वो तो होगा ही, वो तो अब बिकॉज मार्केट में 1.05 है तो that is my share capital. But beyond that, to return back this 5 lakh to the promoter, I am not touching my share capital. I'm just doing an accounting entry to pay back, to give back those 5 shares back to the promoter. Okay, I got you.
True.
Thank you. Yeah.
True. All right, so that would be about GSO and
so just
many
one last
companies.
question on this. Just one last question on this. So this is, when the price is falling down, is there anything that is supposed to be done on the other side, when the price is going up, that is not really any
Why would a
concern, right?
company have a problem
Exactly.
in its price appreciation? I don't think they would have
Precisely.
any problem with that, है ना?
Precisely. So it is only about the falling part, okay?
हाँ.
So,
Okay, so that was GSO. Unit 3, okay, now let's just take a break. 6:16 हो रहे हैं. When do you want to come back?
Ma'am,
Yes.
in case of under subscription,
Mm-hmm.
promoters ही buy करते हैं ना, जो बचा हुआ portion होता है. Then similar इसी type से होता है वो भी.
जब अंडर सब्सक्रिप्शन होता है तो प्रमोटर नहीं, अंडर राइटर्स, मर्चेंट बैंकर ही बाय
Underwriters
करेगा, जो
करते
भी
हैं. Okay.
वो बाय करेगा, वो इवेंचुअली देखो सेल तो सब कुछ हो जाता है. इट्स जस्ट दैट दे माइट हैव टू एक्सपीरियंस और इनकर लॉस ऑन इट. कम में बाय बेचेंगे, जब मार्केट में लिस्टिंग हो जाएगी तो अगर अंडर सब्सक्राइब्ड है तो मोस्टली शायद प्राइस नीचे ही जाएगा, तो कम प्राइस पे निकालेंगे. उस केस में उनको लॉस होगा, बट दैट इज द रिस्क दे आर रेडी टू अज्यूम. Merchant banker fulfills the gap in case of under subscription.
Okay.
so what happens is, if the price doesn't fall, price remains up. So, you will not buy back. The underwriter will not buy back these shares, right? So 1.15 shares will remain in the
Market.
will remain outstanding, right?
Yes.
And company will create 15 lakh shares and give it back to the
Correct.
promoter.
Correct.
Fine. So I mean, it's not that, okay, got you. So I think
You can think it through if there's any other doubt.
so
Hanji, others, please tell when can we come back?
20 minutes would be good because we have to cover 3 more units, right? So I think 20 minutes should be good.
I'm depending on what kind of a break you would need, because you've been almost 3 years, 3
Thank
hours,
you for
more than 3 hours.
considering that.
हाँ जी, तभी because हम लोग 3 o'clock से लगातार
I
हैं,
think
तो
अब ये full
इसलिए.
and final break लेते हैं, so that we
Sure.
complete the rest of the 3 units and then be done with the class. तो
हाँ.
ऐसे करते हैं, अभी 6:20 है. Let's be back at 6:50. Let me take a full-fledged 30-minute break.
Sure.
और उसके बाद I think 1 hour 30 minutes or 1 hour 15 minutes will suffice. Unit 3 बहुत छोटा सा है. Unit 4 तुमने अभी fresh किया है, तो मुझे लगता नहीं इतना टाइम लगना चाहिए, but देखेंगे.
हाँ.
Even if it takes more time, it's fine. But let us take some break अभी, है ना?
Okay.
Let
Sure.
each one of us freshen up. आधा घंटे का full-fledged break लेते हैं. I'll be back at 6:50. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, we are back.
All right. We share my screen. Actually, it's already been shared.
Yes, ma'am, is shared.
Second. Okay. So we are done unit 1 and 2. Unit 3 is around credit rating agencies. It's a very simple topic unit. I mean, um, we got to understand what do they do, what kind of ratings they provide, what are the gradation they follow, what are various methods to assess the credit worthiness of a of behind the issuer of a issuer for a security. So बहुत ही general सा topic है. I hope everybody is aware of what credit rating agency does. Someone can give a shout out on what do they
Yes,
do.
ma'am. So, credit rating agencies are responsible for giving a rating for corporate um, borrowers, right? And some
Okay.
credit rating agency also give ratings to countries. So countries also have a credit rating. And companies who would like to issue their debt securities or who would like to make any other kind of borrowings, they also get a credit rating.
Hmm. Hmm.
It shows their
Right.
credit worthiness.
Right. So the credit rating agencies, by giving a rating, means it is their way of showing an opinion about whether the issuer of the security be able to fulfill its fixed financial commitments, its payment obligations or not. So credit rating is basically assessing the credit worthiness of the issuer or the party which is being rated. So either a fixed income security is being rated, if we talk about countries, in that case sovereign securities are rated. So credit rating is an assessment on the ability of the issuer, whether they'll be able to repay their loan, repay their debt, their fixed financial commitments, and whether there is any possibility of default. And usually they use letters to give the grading, right? um, so it is assessment of borrower's credit quality, and they evaluate the credit risk, the counterparty risk, the default risk of the borrower on their capability to repay the debt. So it is mostly an opinion. It's a well informed opinion. जो भी वो state करते हैं, they claim that it's an opinion, right? It is definitely informed. Uh, uh, they have studied the financial history of the company, their payment behavior in the past, their expected anticipated cash flows. A lot of working is done. A lot of models are used to assess whether the company is adequately solvent or not, उसका interest coverage ratio कैसा है, उसका debt service coverage ratio कैसा है, बहुत सारी ratio analysis सब कुछ करते हैं. But at the end of the day, it is not a claim. It is only an opinion, merely an opinion, that whether the issuer will default or not. So a security with rating AAA would mean what?
Would be a really good security with very less credit risk.
No credit risk at all. अगर AAA है तो मतलब zero risk है, and there is no possibility of default even in the unexpected, unforeseen circumstances. It is believed that there will not be any counterparty risk, right? So what are various credit rating agencies out there?
There is Moody's, there is Standards and Poor's. I think
Standard
so.
and Poor, Moody's, right?
I can't recall an Indian credit rating
How
agency.
come?
Fitch,
There are
Fitch,
Indian.
Fitch is there, and then ICRA is there, CRISIL is there,
CRISIL, ICRA,
ICRA.
CARE,
Care.
Fitch is there, which is an international one. Morningstar भी कई बारी rating का काम I believe करता है. Okay. So the kinds of rating there will be sovereign credit ratings are meant for
Countries.
countries. Fixed income securities or fixed income bonds issued by countries. Sovereign wealth bonds के against ratings होती है. They can call it in any way, treasury bonds or any fixed income, long-term fixed income bonds issued by central bank of a country or government can get rated, and that will be called sovereign credit rating. Bond ratings, any corporate bond rating. Personal credit rating क्या होगा?
मैम हमारा
Individual.
क्रेडिट स्कोर जो होता है दैट इज पर्सनल क्रेडिट
Personal credit rating, CIBIL score.
हाँ और फाइको फॉर अमेरिका.
FICO for America, right? Corporate ratings, when a company मतलब एक security rate नहीं हो रही है, company at in its entirety rate हो रही है for its solvency. Whether the company is adequately solvent or not, is capable of paying its fixed financial obligations. Because अगर अच्छी rating मिलती है, what is the impact of good receiving good ratings against a security or getting good corporate ratings? AAA, AA ये होता है, तो इनको क्या impact आता है?
इनको इंटरेस्ट कम पे करना पड़ता है बिकॉज दे आर लेस रिस्की.
Right, so cost of they're able to raise funds at a lower rate, lower cost, because default risk कम हो गया, and loan pricing में default risk is always there. Right. Then what are structured finance ratings?
Not sure actually.
For structured products, is it for structured products?
Is it for what?
No, I was saying that is it for structured products, ratings for structured
products, right? The mortgage-backed securities,
Yeah.
asset-backed securities, collateralized debt obligations. Those securitizations से जो securities emanate होती हैं, उनकी rating will be called structured finance ratings.
ठीक.
Then municipal bond ratings, the bonds issued by the municipal bodies, right? Now, what are the factors they undertake while assessing the creditworthiness of the issuer?
If there is a credit history, then definitely that plays a role. Like how good they have been with their previous borrowings, and if they have been delinquent at all or not, or if they have been delinquent, then for how long or for how much amount. Things like that play a role. Then the income, like these companies, they generate cash flows, right? So they see their future cash flows, they forecast it, and then they see what is the certainty of maintaining a stable income for individuals and companies both, and for countries also. Like they look at GDP and all. What else? That's what I'm able to think of right now.
Total debt that these companies are already having.
Right. Very well put. They would, of course, look at their payment history. They would understand, assess issuers' financial health by looking at their previous year and latest year financial statements, understanding their already existing capital structure, the amount of debt the company has taken, the solvency ratio. सबसे पहले तो they would look at how industry is shaped. They सबसे पहले तो नहीं, but then to forecast how the company will do in future, what kind of cash flows can the company expect to generate in future. They would look at how industry is shaping up, what kind of market share the company has already, whether that market share is following an upward trend, whether that market share is increasing or decreasing, what how the industry is taking shape, economy भी बहुत छोटे part पे कि economy कैसे affect कर सकती है company को. So they'll do an economy industry analysis, then the company analysis, all together company analysis, where they'll first look at the historical financial statement. They will also look at their payment history in the past, payment history, and they also conduct relative valuation, competitor analysis, look at how peers are doing, what kind of debt equity ratios they are maintaining, uh, how market share is playing for the peers. Then they also evaluate the management of the company, how the management has the management been effective and efficient in optimizing the cash flow, optimizing the operating cost structure, all of that. So they evaluate the management also. Forward looking assessment would be actually forecasting the cash flows the company will be generating, free cash flows that will be available to the company to pay off the debt, looking at the growth potential of the company. And external support would mean that is there any guarantee from the side of is there any endorser, is there any government backing them up, is there any guarantee for the loans they have already taken, that will be external support. So it will be end-to-end analysis of the company, starting from economy to industry to the company's financial health. They also very recurrently use this ICR. ICR is interest coverage ratio. Interest coverage ratio is
EBIT over
is it
over interest.
correct? EBIT upon interest expenses of the company.
Right.
So the income that is available to pay the interest, वो कितने times है to its existing interest expense. So that is one parameter which is given a lot of weightage when it comes to assigning grades. कि अगर 3 to 6 है या 6 to 9 है, higher the ICR, better the rating. Agreed?
Right.
Right. So yeah, that would be it about the methodology they follow. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
The pay model is who pays credit rating agencies? For getting the securities rated?
Yeah, the security issuers.
Issuers themselves. So
The
issuer pay
companies
model is followed,
themselves.
where issuer pays pays the credit rating agency, which definitely bring biasness into the picture. And
Ma'am,
there is
to avoid this,
Hmm.
concern, I think all the companies get themselves rated not by just one agency,
Hmm.
but by multiple agencies. That is the case, right?
No, but still the
Hmm.
concern will remain, right? I mean, both of them
You're
will
still
be
paying
getting
both the
paid.
CRAs.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
Both of them
So
will commute.
that conflict stays, that it is there, but then there is an internal code of conduct that CRAs follow and have it they state the internal code of conduct that they follow to avoid the biasness to manifest into the ratings. They do not let their analyst have an exposure to the issuer. They also make sure that analyst does not have any financial exposure to the issuer. So yeah, there are internal code of conduct that should be follow corporate governance practices, and checking whether the analyst has any exposure in any of the company, financial exposure in any of the company, and all of that. So those are there stated, but conflict of interest definitely stays, and they can also with change of um, with change in the perception about the company, they can upgrade or downgrade the ratings. When they feel that default में आकर वो upgrade कर सकते हैं, downgrade कर सकते हैं.
Are they regulated?
Sorry, who
mean-
who regulates them?
Yeah, I mean, do they get regulated? I mean, are credit rating agencies? I mean, other than the normal company regulations, I mean, for their work that they do, is there any regulation for them?
Let's check. I'm not very sure. I don't think there is any particular regulatory body. SEBI regulates them.
Because they deal with issuing of securities, right? That is why.
Right. Right. So that answers that.
This was a question in the MCQ actually.
Sorry.
This was one of the question in the MCQ, internal MCQ.
अच्छा. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. MCQs हो चुके हैं. All right.
Yeah. It's going on. I mean, I've done mine.
हाँ, extend हो गई ना date.
Yeah.
ठीक है. Now I move to next unit, which is unit 4. Analyzing the bank's financial, asset liability management, and capital adequacy norms. These are the 3 main topics within the unit. So analyzing bank's financials, let's quickly do it because we recently discussed all of it. I lost my pen. So what shows up on the balance sheet asset side of a bank?
The loans they have given. And on some more stuff. Yeah.
Investments, loans and investments.
Loans and investments. So there's cash, of course, cash at vault, cash with RBI, with central bank. Then there are investments. Investments will be all securities held by the bank, fixed income securities, equity investments, all of that. Marketable securities, even the derivative, derivatives तो नहीं. Securities में there were classification. Investment में held till maturity or held for trading. Whatever doesn't fit here gets into available for sale. Securities.
So why are you saying derivatives won't be there as part of assets?
Derivative off balance sheet show होता है जितना भी